Shoulder won't hold you up. And cold October won't call your love. 'Cause you make it dangerous when you're playing games of love. Now you're taking over us. 'Cause you make it dangerous when you're playing games of love. Now you're taking over us. I can't just believe it. I cannot receive that. But I can just believe it.
Hello everyone, welcome back. The day 2, final day and final set of speakers. My name is Milica Aleksic. I will be your MC for the rest of the day. We have an amazing lineup of speakers, from security to Astro, from a live sketching to a live game show when you can win amazing prizes till the end of the day. Also, let's say thank you to all sponsors who are making this all happen. And to remind you to go to the Astro booth, you can win a really good prizes and you can win a ticket to Vuejs Amsterdam next year. Okay? Are we ready for our first speaker? Yeah. Let's kick things off with a topic that touches every single one of us. Our first speaker is a collaborator on Vue language tools, co-founder of Vue AI, a team member of Vue Use, and a contributor to the Nox ecosystem. His talk is something we all trust, but maybe shouldn't trust blindly, tree shaking. We think it removes the unused code, but what happens when it doesn't? He's here to show us the security risk hiding in our Nox and Vue builds. Please welcome Serko Vincent. Hi!
So, hello everyone, I'm Vincent Ngai from Hong Kong, and you can find me online at Circle. Thanks to Vue Amsterdam for having me. This is my first time in Europe, and Amsterdam is my first stop. I'm really glad to be here. Thank you. I'm honored to have recently become a part of Vue team for working on the Vue language tools, including the Vue VS Code extensions and Vue.js. I'm also a Vue use team member and a co-founder of Vue AI for building some AI stuff like agent skills for Vue. I'm also a Nuxter and contribute to the Nux ecosystem and managing some libraries too. So I'm now based in Taiwan, and I'm part of the Golang Taiwan and Python Taiwan communities. So if you are interested, feel free to check out my links below. So as part of the Vue language tool teams, before we dive into today's topic, I'd like to share a quick updates on Vue language tools from the past few months. From the end of last year, we launched an issue cleanup plan, and after several months of effort from our team, we have now closed nearly 80% of the issues and resolving multiple bugs that have remained open for many years. So we are now getting closer to our plan, to our goal. Next, I will highlight a few of Vue language tools updates to share with you. First, we performed key type alignments for v4. And when using v4, the for loop in the Vue runtime actually aligns with the JavaScript behavior, which will converting number keys to strings. So in the recent update, we stringify number keys in objects in the language tools to align with the Vue runtime. I believe many people has experienced some random highlight issues over the years, right? We have finally fixed them and also improved some syntax highlight as well. So everyone should have noticed some improvement recently. And next, I'd like to introduce our brand new features, rich hover message. So after you define props, emits, or slots in Vue components, when you use the component in template, you can just hover on it and see those definitions in beautiful format. And the best part is, it's all auto-generated. You don't need to change a single line of your code, and it works out of the box of all UI libraries like Nux UI or Prime Vue. So this is currently an experimental features. To try today, just go to VS Code extension settings to enable hover rich in Vue extensions, and that's it. We'd love to hear your feedback. And finally, shout out to Johnson for coming up with this amazing feature. We hope to bring you a unique and better developer experience than any other frameworks. There's more new features and bug fix over the past few months. If you are interested, you can search Vue Welcome inside the Vue VS Code command palette and see the full release notes and highlights of the Vue recent updates. Oh, one more thing. We know many of you have been looking forward to TS Go support in Vue language tools, and we feel the same way. Since TS Go doesn't yet have a complete API design for the third-party plugin, we are actively working with their teams to discuss the direction of the API. At the same time, we are also exploring other possible solutions and planning to build some POCs, so stay tuned. And now, let's get started with today's talk. When cheese shaking fails, security risk in Nux and Vue. In this talk, you'll get a complete understanding of what cheese shaking is, what happens when cheese shaking fails, and how that relates to security. I'll also introduce some common pitfalls that break cheese shaking, including what side effects and how they affect cheese shaking. We'll review real-world cheese shaking pitfalls and examples, how to detect cheese shaking failures, and how can we fix them. Oh, sorry. I'll share some coding techniques that makes cheese shaking works properly. So today's talk will mainly use Vue and Nux as examples, but I believe the concepts can also apply to any JavaScript or TypeScript project, especially if you are a library maintainer. I believe today's content may be helpful to you. Let's get started from the basics and go deeper step by step. So, what's cheese shaking? Imagine your project uses a library that explores hundreds of features like Lodash, but you only use one or two of them. If you bundle the entire library into your website, that wastes resources and can hurt performance, right? With cheese shaking, only the exports you actually use are bundled. It's like shaking a tree so the dead leaves fall off, leaving only the useful leaves. So what happens if cheese shaking is not done well? For sure, the first we can think about is larger bundles and worse performance. But the consequence can be more serious than many people expect. For example, if you had test code or internal features that are not properly checking, they could end up being bundled into your front end as well. Things like internal APIs, endpoints for testing, admin panel URLs, and so on. And that could potentially lead to further issues. At a more serious level, sensitive information can leak too. Your backend logic and even secrets can leak into client bundles if cheat checking is not done properly. I'll explain how this happens and how to prevent it in this talk later. So, we all know that cheat checking is smart, right? It can remove unused code at build time. But have we really verified that all unused code is truly removed? This is the key point of this note. Cheat checking can be lazy. It doesn't always do everything you expect. Next, I will walk through some of the most common pitfalls that breach cheat checking. The first one is CommonJS. Even though we rarely use CommonJS directly when developing Vue application nowadays, if your project uses a library written in CommonJS, it may not be cheat checkable. Let's look at an example. Imagine there's a CommonJS library with just 2 exported functions. Then we have an index file that only uses add function from the library. After that, we bundle the project. You notice that the sub function, even though we never use it, it still gets bundled. In this example, we can make a small change to help the bundler perform static analytics more efficiently. Right now, we are recurring the entire module, so the bundler has less information about what happened at runtime after the module is required. If we change it to unnamed required, we give the bundler more clues, and it can see that we only used add from the beginning when static analytics in the list. In some bundlers, it can be cheat checking, but not everyone guarantees support for this. Also, if you move required inside a function, it becomes even harder to detect, and cheat checking may fail again. One more case, let's say you use named required and place it at the top level, but what if the library you are using look like this? This is actually a very common pattern, splitting feature into multiple files, and we export them them all from library entries point. When you import from it, even with a named required at the top level, it still cannot be cheat checking. You may wonder how common this pattern really is. If you do a quick search on GitHub, you will find over 45,000 results written in this way. So it's far from rare. If your project uses ES module, bundlers usually get better static analytics for cheat checking. But it's not a silver bullet. If the code is structured poorly, unused code can be still be bundled. Let's convert the previous common JS example into DSM and use it in a Vue component and bundle it again. You still see an unused function is bundled. Can you spot why? Is it because we didn't use the name import? If you switch to name import here, the IDs reports an error. Why? Because this library only has a default export, it combines add and sub into a new object and export that object instead of export each function separately. This style is not cheat check friendly. To be clear, I'm not saying I never used export default with objects. It's fine for many config files when the object is truly one unit. A GitHub search for this style returns millions of results. Although many of them are valid use case, there are still plenty of use cases where unrelated things are mixed together in one export. Back to our example. If we want these 2 functions to be exported individually, we can remove the default export from the library and change it to export add and export sub. That's what we call a proper named export, and this is cheat check friendly. You can also place export directly before each function, and this is also a valid named export. Next, still in ESM, after learning to use named import and export, what if I want to import many functions from one library? And I use namespace import for the whole module. Can it still be cheat checking? Yes. Even with namespace import, if static analysts can see that only the add function has been used, bundlers can still cheat correctly. What if functions selection is dynamic? Can it still be analyzed? Yes, because the code explicitly reference add and sub from the library, so the AST is still analyzable. So one more change. If I chose the function named as a string key, can bundlers still analyze it? At first, it looked possible. But no, performing static analyze in this scenario becomes more complex and hard to detect. Most of the bundler cannot handle this. So now we have covered some basic import-export pitfalls. Let's do a quick exercise. We use ESM, named import and named export in our app. And we only use one export system.version. In theory, the bundle should only include version, right? Let's check the output. You'll notice that other code from system is still bundled, even though we never import it directly. Why? This leads to the next key topic of today, side effects. This is another major pitfall for cheat. If I had to describe side effects in one sentence, it is affect outside scope. Let me quickly explain what's that mean. In this function, we change the count variable outside the function since it affects our outer scope. The line that's increased count is a side effect. In other words, modifying a global variable is also a side effect. In practice, the most common way side effects happen is by calling APIs with side effects, such as console log. The console object exists outside the function, and the effects happens in the browser console where a text message is logged. So let's see what else APIs are also marked as have side effects by the bundlers. Any APIs that change browser states like console log, we mentioned before, are all side effects. The APIs which access the networks, perform DOM interaction like changing CSS, elements that affects the UI, or the APIs affect the event loop. These APIs are all marked as having side effects. So next, JSON parse and JSON stringify. Who thinks these APIs would be marked as have side effects by a bundler like roll up or roll down? Please raise up your hand. Oh, seems there's no. Okay. It seems doesn't have side effects, right? They really would be marked as have side effects, and the reason is they can throw an error. Once an error is thrown, it definitely affects the outside of the program, right? And when the bundler is doing static analyze, it does not check the input will cause the error or not. So throw and any APIs that can throw is marked have side effects. So it turns out the API is actually more than we expect. And finally, I want to mention object assign. If you use it to change an object which is outside of the scope, of course, there's a side effects. But if even both the source and the target objects are in the same scope, the bundlers will still mark it as side effects. Although it's a bit unreasonable, the main reason is, again, static analytics is hard, so bundlers take the worst case path here too. From my observation, many libraries functions that are marked as having side effects are mainly because of they use this object assign, like assigning some default options with an object. So be careful with this one. There are actually many or more APIs that marked as side effects, and different bundlers may make different decisions. Also, bundlers may become smarter over time, right? So let's keep in mind to watch out for APIs or behaviors that have side effects. So how do side effects impact cheat-shaking? Let's go back to the previous example. In the no side effect version, system.js has two exports, settings and version. In our app, we only import the versions. We can see only version is bundled. Great, since setting is not imported and used here, right? So the use settings function is cheat-shaking correctly. Now we add a side effect line console logs to use settings function and bundled again. you see that even setting is not imported, the use setting function still get bundled. Why? Because use setting has been called and it triggers console log, which is a side effects API. The bundler will keep the code that has side effects to ensure the results remain consistent before and after tree shaking. So we have talked for a while. So how exactly can tree shaking affect security risk? First, in many modern web app projects nowadays, we don't have only the front-end code in our code base, right? For example, if you use an SSR framework like Nuxt, your front-end project may share some code with your backend, like configs or schemas. Once the code are shared, it means if your tree shaking goes wrong, some backend code or config can accidentally get bundled into your front end. Let's assume we have a shared file that contains some shared URL configs, and you also put some secret data in it. So you just think, oh, it's fine. My front end only imports the public value, so that the secret stuff is unused. So tree shaking will handle and remove it, right? But after handling, you may see all the secret data is included in the output. Wait, I only used the public home URL here. Why did everything else get bundled? The reason is inside the setup client, it may throw an error, so the bundler treats calling this function as a side effect call. And because these calls use secret key as an input parameter, so it gets bundled too. Of course, this example may be a bit extreme. You probably won't hard code a secret key in as a string, right? Instead, you may put it in environment variables, or in Nuxt, you may use the use runtime config API. But things like private URLs or backend logics written directly in code really can leak this way. This example shows a more serious real-world impact when tree shaking gets lazy. If you feel like the example I just mentioned were not real enough, how about some real-world cases? The truth is, there are actually more of them you expect. Even in libraries I personally use, I have found many of them can't be tree shaking because of side effects. Let me pick one. Sort. Anyone is using sort here? Raise up your hand. Great, many of you. So now imagine you define your user schema with sort, and in some files, you also define 50 more other schemas. Some of them may be just for backend only. And in your front end, you only import and use that single user schema. When you bundle, you'll find all 50 schemas end up bundled. The reason is the function that sort uses to define schemas like z.object, z.string are having side effects. If someone inspects the JavaScript code of your website, they can know how your data format are validated and combined with other information leaks mentioned earlier that may further increase the security risk of your website. So, after introduce these cases, if you find that your own project may also be affected, how can you test or detect it? Let's start with a more serious issue. Is there any secret data get bundled into the front end? First, locate the file in your project where you keep secret data. Then find exact lines where those values are defined. Next, add a line of code that has side effects like console log, and print a very long and unique string. Then run the bundle build. So after bundling, search inside your build output folder for that long unique string. If you find it, open that file and check the surrounding code to see whether your secret data is included. So this method is just that low tech, right? But it's surprisingly effective. So if you are sure your project doesn't contain some secret things, but you want to see whether unused modules are being bundled, you can use some bundler analyzer tools like Nuxt Analyze, Vite Bundle Analyzer to visualize your bundle and see what got included. If you really want to go to line by line to see which part of your code were bundled, there's a VS Code extension called TreeShape Visualizer that uses source map to mark which part of your code actually end up in the bundle. So shout out to Anthony Fu for creating this awesome tool. So If you discover that your project actually have cheat-checking issues, how do you fix them? And how can you prevent cheat-checking from getting lazy again in the future? The simplest approach is split files properly. If you originally put different types of data in one file, see if you can separate them. Or you put secret and public things together, so see if you can split them into separate files. If your project is large and you can't just move files around, but you still want to fix cheat-checking issues caused by side effects, you can try a cheat-checking annotation called pure and the usage is very simple. Just add the pure annotation command right before the function call that have side effects and telling the bundler that the following function call has no side effects. Then the bundler will be able to cheat-check it away when the client export isn't used. But there's a problem. What if I call a function with side effects many times? Doesn't my code become full of pure annotation, right? In fact, you can just place it inside the function right before the line that actually caused the side effects. For example, if you put it before console log, the bundler will mark console log have no side effects here. But what if a single function has a ton of side effects? Then the functions become ugly again, right? If this way doesn't work and that way doesn't work, how do we solve this problem? That brings us to the second annotation, no side effects. If a function contains many side effects, or you don't even know where the side effects are, you can just add a no side effects annotation above the function that then any call to that function will be marked as a pure call. So that's how cheat-checking annotation works. So up to this point of this talk, we've learned cheat-checking is about only bundle the code or module that we actually use. And when cheat-checking fails, the worst case could be secret leaks. We also saw how CommonJS and incorrect ESM usage can break cheat-checking. We talk about side effects and how they impact cheat-checking and common web APIs that marked as side effects. We saw how back-end secrets could end up bundled into the front end, and we looked into the real-world case. Finally, we learned different ways to detect cheat-checking problems. And we also learned some coding skills to make cheat-checking work properly. So lastly, I want to share some story about cheat-checking in the real world. Let's start with schema library. Remember the sort example I mentioned earlier? The first time I noticed this issue was in 2024. Back then, sort 4 hadn't released yet, and I tried to optimize cheat-checking for sort. But because of its API design use function chaining, it's not really possible to optimize it with cheat-checking annotations. Around that time, I started to work on one of Anthony Fu's project, and it was using ValidBot, which is a sort alternative. So ValidBot also wasn't optimized for cheat-checking at that time, but after we reviewed the code base, seems its API design can be optimized. So we shipped a PR together to ValidBot to optimize the cheat-checking. I also sent another PR to further improve the cheat-checking after that. So after that, Sort released version 4 in April last year. It introduced Sort Mini, and that API is very similar to ValidBot. It also claimed to be cheat-checking friendly, but I had already switched to ValidBot at that time, so I didn't dig deeper into Sort Mini. Until a few months ago, I started to prepare for this talk and want to use Sort as an example. That's when I found out Sort Mini still have cheat-checking problems, and it's actually exactly the same that ValidBot had before. So I opened a PR and optimized cheat-checking for over hundreds of the APIs in Sort Mini, and it got merged about 2 months ago. The last thing I want to share is the current cheat-checking situation in the Vue ecosystem. Luckily, Vue core marks most of the API's no side effects annotation. So if you define some reactive states, but you never use it, it can be cheat-checked away. As of the Vue ecosystem libraries, In 2024, I sent a PR to Pinia to optimize tree shaking. So if you define a store in Pinia, but you never use it, it can be tree shaking right now. And last year, I also sent a PR to Vuejs to optimize tree shaking for over 100 of Vue's APIs. For instance, if you use like create global state to create a store with Vuejs, but you don't really use it, it can be tree shaken away too. So congratulations to all Vue developers. The library we commonly use in Vue ecosystem are now optimized for tree shaking. All right, so that's my talk for today, and hopefully it creates some positive side effects for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Serko. Thank you. All right, we are staying on the security track, but the next talk is going to be really different. Our next speaker is developer advocate at O0, Google developer expert, a woman tech maker ambassador, and a Cypress ambassador. And there's a fun part. She is going to draw her entire talk live here on stage. Yes, live sketches, notes about Vue security, right here on the big screen, together with all of you. So get ready to learn and get creative at the same time. Please welcome Ramona Schwering.
Oh boy, it looks so great to be back again and having all of you guys here. And not my iPad right now. So please join in, hopefully it comes, with live demo praying, because even though Vuejs Amsterdam is like a class reunion for me, I'm super happy to have so many new faces here, because there's one thing which is a first time for me as well. And you see, I don't have a clicker. I have a small pencil. My hands are shaking. Bear with me, please. Because this is the first time I enter any stage without having actual slides. So I'm a little scared. But to have you all with me, give me a sense of security. And I hope I can show or basically share the sense of security with you, or at least a pretty handy sketch note handout later on. So without further ado, welcome to my session. This will be my sketchbook, and we will do live sketchnoting together on Vue security. And I stop talking and start when it comes to the relevant stuff. The first thing I will draw is a castle. A castle because I think all of our applications, all of our projects, no matter if it's Vue or not, they are basically castles because they have lots of things which are important to protect. May it be a feature, but especially all of the data, all of the information your user has, the identity, which is the most important thing in my opinion. And it's pretty similar in real life as well, no matter if it's in the medieval times or if it's in basically all media, movies where a castle is. Castles are under siege, right? I don't know how many of you guys work with React sometimes as well. At least I do. However, I guess some of you guys who work with React didn't have a holy night, silent night, right? Because around like Christmas, there has been a remote server execution security issue. So yes, we cannot feel safe. We need to be really careful when it comes to our application, and especially when it comes to the identity of our users and all of those things. Because there's lots of people living inside of this castle who are worth it to be protected, no matter if it's React, no matter if it's Angular or Vue. And even if Vue has our back already, let me quickly copy the Vue logo because I don't want to waste too much time drawing it and colorizing it. We need to protect it to keep the cats here secure. We're going to finish that real quick. The first thing I want to do to know how can I be having a stressless Christmas with my family or a birthday or basically any other day is checking up what does Vue for us. How does Vue keeps us secure? And it does have our back, right? So let's copy paste this real quick. And there's one thing where Vue is helping us a lot. So all user-provided content, may it be in templates, especially when it comes to the template syntax, is automatically escaped. Let me quickly write that down. Content automatically. With escape, I mean like if there's some weird person trying a JavaScript injection, so basically trying to inject JavaScript into an input field, this typical, hey, there's a script inside of my input field and being executed. So this will be escaped automatically. You don't need to do anything. We will get to cross-site scripting a little later as well in injection, so I will be pretty short right now. So everywhere where you see the wonderful, oh, it doesn't need to be perfect right now, right? So where you see the curly braces, you know there's escaping in place, but it's also with the render functions. So let's say template and render functions. I'll be quick, but also attribute bindings as well. Attribute bindings. So the typical title one you may have used yourself is secure when it comes to cross-site scripting as well. However, I guess it's too much of an ask to expect that Vue is fixing everything for us, right? So is it enough? I don't think so. It's still important for us to be the last line of defense because we do know we can learn and we will want to keep everyone secure, right? So, okay. How do I start? How do I learn about threats, which I don't know yet, or how do I learn what's up there? And there's a system which helps me, and where I could find 1 or 2 entries connected to Vue as well. But to stay inside of our image as our Vue developers or a Vue project as a castle, I want to start with the underground, the supply. May it be the water supply, a sewer, nutrition, all the things a castle needs to be working. In Vue terms, this might be all the packages you use, all the dependencies. And there, I found some CVEs, so to say. So this is the CVE, Common Vulnerability and Exploitations, is a system to catalog and prioritize security issues. And there's 2 when it comes to Vue. And 2 of those are connected to those water supplies. It's to the supply chain. So we will talk about supply chain failures, right? The first, let me quickly check if I can show it here, if the internet is kind to me, and it looks like it's kind to me, is in IATN, which is a package which I guess many of us use for internationalization. And there was a prototype pollution inside of the handle.json function, which is pretty scary, right? But also there's another CVE, so another security risk we would need to take a look. It's connected to redos. That's basically a denial of service angle caused by a regular expression. I will consider that dependency as well. So yes, there could be an inefficient evaluation in parse HTML causing your server to halt, denial of service. So yes, supply chain is important, and I would like to draw it as a well, because water supply, I guess it's a wonderful metaphor to describe it, right? So let's get a well built up. Yeah, my hand's a little shaking. I'm sorry about that. But I guess it's okay because a well doesn't need to be perfectly aligned when it comes to the bricks, right? So yes, we do have our well. There you go, it's open. And there's lots of weird dependency issues which might poison the whale. And I'm not that great at drawing bottles, so please Hopefully I'm not the only one in this room who's not able to do that. But I hope you can still see this should be a bottle with a content which you shouldn't drink, right? We don't want to be poisoned. So there you go. It's filled with pretty ugly stuff. The ugly stuff being outdated dependencies, dependencies having security issues, or worse, not being maintained at all. Let me quickly toss the poison into the well. Bad stuff. So yes, be really careful when it comes to your dependencies. Do you remember, like, every few months there's an npm package being poisoned as well? Because contributors are still human, and I guess being phished is pretty easy. So yes, you cannot feel secure here. So let's see what we can do there. Oh. I wanted to move it away because we can close the lid. Closing the lid are the fixes we can hopefully do when it comes to supply chain issues. And there I want to do a shout out to Circle. In case you haven't been here before, check the recording of his tree shaking talk, because it showcases really well what happens when you don't mind your build and how you can secure your build. So this is important, mind your build. Obviously, I want to write it down. I hope it's obvious, but mind your dependencies as well. Mind your dependencies. Please send help if you cannot read my handwriting. And cease. That doesn't need to mean that you need to check every of your dependency on your own, or basically read through all the CVEs, or be online on Twitter all the time, 24/7. That's not healthy. But there's a couple of tools helping you with that, and many of them are open source as well. I'm thinking about Retire.js, for example, or the OWASP dependency checkers. There's so much dependency mapping, but also if you happen to see Jakob's talk yesterday, he was talking about the dependency cruiser. Visualizing your dependencies will help you as well. So consider that. And last but not least, I guess it's not new for many of you people, but if you do AI-generated code, vet it. No matter if it's by Copilot, ChatGPT, Claude, whatever, if it's written by an agent or written by yourself or assessed, vet your AI code. Redos attacks are my favorite example when it comes to just copy-pasting regex and hoping that it works out. Vet your AI code. So yes, this is all I want you to share for now when it comes to supply chain issues. But the word supply chain issues, I already heard at another point. And I was thinking, okay, how can I learn about general risk? How can I learn about new risk? There's an interesting project helping a lot. And you might have heard the short term of it already. I want to draw it as a shield. Like this. It's interesting that it's one of the most weirdest drawings I do. But I shouldn't be perfectionistic. The group I want to talk about has a certain name which has the word WASP in it. And I already called it out for a tool. It's called OWASP, which is code for Open Web Application Security Project. And as the name already implies, its goal is to raise security inside of the web, or basically anywhere. And they do a lot of initiatives to help us to stay secure. For example, I love their sophisticated application where I see what can go wrong, basically. So it is broken by purpose, if you want to call it like that. And all of those people are open source people, and sometimes even volunteers, which is super cool. But there's a nonprofit behind it as well. It's the OWASP Foundation. So yes, there's lots of people taking care of us. Hopefully I can write normal eyes. Yay! So yes, the OWASP people are there so we don't need to fight alone to protect our castle. They are a guide as well. And the ranking they have, supply chain issues are at the I guess it's the third place right now. I want to quickly touch upon the first rank because it's super important, albeit it's not a completely front-end related topic, but there's still a lot of things we can do. I'm talking about broken access control. Access control is important to make sure that your user only does the things you allow them to do. So this is basically if we take our castle analogy into account. It is basically important to have wardens in place. Or I don't like to call it gatekeepers because this sounds so negative, but it's basically those serious-looking people having a spear and a shield and basically block the way if you're not allowed to enter something. So let's give our own warden a little helmet and an armor so it can really protect our entry points of our castle. I will give it the shield we already have. It's a little big, I think. Let's make it a little smaller. There we go. And give it a spear. So the obvious choice to help our wardens is implementing access control. Most of it is done server-side, and there's tools like the OpenFGA solution, which is hosted by the CNCF, OpenCNCF, which is pretty trustworthy if you ask me. And you don't need to make sure to build a complete access control layer when it comes to having relationship-based access control impliers and stuff. You can just use this open source tool for that. But as a front-end dev, in charge of our Vue application, there's a pretty easy way to do our part, and it's the Vue router. Let's make it a little prettier right now. So this is our wonderful broken access control warden, so it's never broken at all. And this is a simplified code of a Vue router, where I basically went for a small snippet here to see what we can do. In our case, let's imagine we have our castle and there's an admin room and only admins are allowed to enter that room. So we put there a warden, and it will look at our token, a JWT token, for example, and see if we are allowed to enter. And we will check the require admin flag. It will be set to 2 for the route to the admin room. It's done by this statement here. We will check it here. And then if it doesn't have the check on the papers, on its token, we will say, nah. We will stamp it 403 forbidden, go away, please. It's important to note, though, that this is only client-side. You still need the backend here, so please really think about going for an access control mechanism, maybe OpenFGA, maybe whatever. My colleague did a wonderful session yesterday, so if you're interested to learn about access control mechanisms, authorization, authentication in this regard, please check his recording. And now we will get to the most important part, and I briefly mentioned it before. Let's go back to the castle analogy. I will quickly copy that one, and I didn't want to go completely out. But there. This is the problem with shaky hands, I guess. There you go. We will go for our little castle here. Copy it. And then imagine an inside job. Because we talked about our supply, we talked about our personal wardens and bodyguards and all those people. But what happens if we have an inside job in our courtyard? What happens if there's an imposter who already smuggled stuff in? So I will basically go for another cat here. And this time it doesn't look that friendly. I guess I will give it a hoodie or something, so it looks even more like an imposter, like these capes you used in Halloween or in movies. Yeah, it looks a little messy right now. I will clean it up in a bit. Like this. Super imposter, right? I was thinking about drawing an actual imposter, but doing gaming references is sometimes a little risky, so I'm not doing that. But this is the imposter. Please Please imagine the music to it. So let's go. This is an evil person. And it's not only the person, it has a box. And this box is filled with evil things. May it be malicious code, may it be a payload which does weird things. It can be a script tag which the attacker wants to execute. This would be the JavaScript injection. Or it could be an SQL injection sneaking in some queries being executed alongside our code. So cross-site scripting is basically all kinds of injection. And this is super dangerous for us in the front end because it is the entry point for that. So in really simple words, the imposter tries to trick us or to trick the castle to execute their code. To execute. And there has been a CVE, I guess it's not completely 2 years ago, where this happened in the Vue template compiler. So again, it was runnable to client-side cross-site scripting, and we saw it already in the Vue IDM one. It was a prototype pollution, and I already forgot to explain it at that point. But just to get back to that, a prototype pollution is basically trying to inject weird code to the object prototype. And I would assume this is pretty central part of the application, right? So the same, if you fill poison into water, it will trickle down. So yes, prototype pollution is pretty scary, I guess. So yes, this is a point where we really need to take care and do our homework to keep everyone here secure. Let's make it a little easier. And yes, Vue is already protecting us a little bit. However, there's some edge cases you need to be aware where the automatic escaping might not be in place. The first one is an obvious one, and this is taken from the Vue documentation, but I cannot stress it enough. It is this line here. So basically, trying to use a template directly and getting it executed, getting it compiled. Never do this. Never use untrusted templates. Because here, you have an arbitrary JavaScript execution. And it can get even worse if you have server-side rendering. This is a direct server breach. Because if the user has this provided string, it will write the rules. So yes, be really, really careful when it comes to that. Never, ever, 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 ever do this. Don't. Another, a little more sneakier exception is the VHTML directive. It is this one here. When it comes to a HTML injection, which is basically this one, this directive disables the guards, the castle guards, so the auto-escaping we talked about before. So if you need to render raw HTML directly, be really, really careful. See this example here. It is an image which is user-provided, but if it cannot be rendered because there's no source here, it will go to the on error, and there is an alert. So be careful to use it. If you want to use it, please think about sanitization here. I like to go for DOM Purify, but there's lots of libraries you can use. So basically going here and sanitizing the input. Okay, this is a bad place to draw. Maybe here it's better. It can work like a filter. So basically doing all the sanitization for you and render any scripts unusable. There's another place which is especially interesting for SQL injection as well, the URL injection. So I'm talking about href here. There you need to make sure to take care of the sanitization as well. It's pretty similar. So make sure that your URL will adhere to protocols. So if it's not HTTPS, HTTP, or MAC2, it will do sanitizing as well. So protocols. Okay, that's a little small. Plus stripping out everything which might be of risk. All right. So this is it when it comes to some edge cases. But there's one which is a little more tricky, because the culprit is not technically our Vue application. It's something different, but we need to stop people using it. Imagine the following things. We have another evil cat, not in green and black, please, so evil cat. And the evil cat wants to trick the castle into doing things, but gaslighting the people doing things. So they basically do something completely different than what they perceive. So I will finish this imposter from before because it's back again. And it's basically using a mask or an invisible cloak. It has its attack vector, so basically a really dangerous and sus button we shouldn't click. But one way to make people click it without knowing that they click it is using the cloak. Let's imagine it's like a curtain. So the button is still there, but it's basically covered by something looking legit. And in worst case, by something looking exactly like our project. Legit friendly button. So the user will click here instead of our website, which means that the attacker embedded or even mimics our website. This is called click checking. And what I basically talked about right now, it's one variant. There's one more recent one, which was interesting, especially if you're taking care of accessibility and password managers. There were some malicious sites where the attackers hid hidden input fields listening to the autocomplete functionality of password managers. And this is super scary because every one of us doesn't like to enter passwords, right? And for people who have cognitive disabilities, they need it. So basically getting accessibility and security into competition. But I will not get too deep into it because otherwise I will not mind your time. But yes, these are lots of angles where click checking could lead a user to do certain things without being aware of it. But there's something how we can block those attacks. So let's get back to a warden. We will give him another way of keeping us safe. So there's the friendly warden. I will copy it real quick to be mindful of your time. And hopefully I find the right spot. There it is. And of course, the warden will keep their shield. So it's not like I really remove it. But let's imagine we will take a look at the backside of the shield. So like how's it called? I don't know how it's called in English, but those small pieces of paper we wrote when we were in an exam, right? With some, let's call it tips. So we have a document here for the wardens. In best case, they know it by heart, but they have a document as well. And on it, there's like requests to the wardens who is okay to be let in or to use our library or our books or whatever is inside of the castle, and who's not able to use that. And yes, this is basically, in the real world, it's called CSP, or Content Security Policy, which is our ultimate force field to try to get inside jobs under control. CSP is basically a HTTP response header that defines where the browser is allowed to load resources from and where not, and defines some rules to get that set in stone. This is a small snippet how you could do it. The first one is basically blocking everything. So this one says like, no, we will not be allowing any other resources being loaded or embedded. Or the other one, basically specifying trusted sources. So in the castle analogy, sister castles. This is nothing we can configure in plain metal Vue. So if you only use Vue and nothing else, you need to use your hoster's configuration. But if you have Next in place, you can use its configuration directly, for example, by going by Nitro's rules, difficult word, or even easier, use the Next security module because it gives you the opportunity in its configuration to automatically generate strict CSP headers. So yes, there's lots of ways on how to do it. And I already see we're running out of time, so let me wrap up real quick. And let's keep it a little more general, so it's not only OWASP. There's a logo. I had a clipboard, so I don't need to completely hurry up. So our Vue shield. Let's define our Vue shield. This is basically everything I want you to remember when you go out of our talk and need to wait for me to merge all those sketch notes into one document. So the first thing is Vue already has our back in a way. So it automatically escapes some user-provided content. But that's not all. So we still need to be the last line of defense. It's still important for us to do our homework, for example, especially when it comes to XSS, cross-site scripting. Mind the extra mile, no matter if it's the Vue HTML directive or href or click checking, go the extra mile. Sometimes be a little more strict when it comes to sanitization using tools, stuff like that. Mind your dependencies, no matter if it's inside of your build, inside of all the packages you include. And don't ignore dependabot, please. I'm sometimes guilty of that too, but it's not a good idea to do that. Don't underestimate Vue Router when it comes to access control, but be aware that it's only client-side. Use content security policy, and remember that there's a community helping us. We're not alone. There's OWASP. They have lots of resources to help us guard our applications. A small other shout-out, if you work with Vue and you see something suspicious, or maybe even the security issues, please don't hesitate to contact the team so they can fix it and fix it for everyone and keep us all secure. And I guess that's about it. The full sketch notes, so everything we were drawing together, I will just merge it into one big document so we have actual sketch notes. You can use it as a cheat sheet. Come back in like 1 or 2 hours. As soon as I can, I will upload them under the QR code. And if you need something to read while waiting for the sketch notes, there's a QR code showing what I'm working on right now. So with that being said, my name is Ramona Introduction. I'm a developer advocate at Okta of Zero, and I'm so happy to have you here. I felt so secure to do this live thing, which was plainly scary, but you made it worth it. Thank you so much for being here. Find me somewhere around here on all social media platforms you know. Thank you so much for being with me.
Thank you so much, Ramona. That was so much fun. I think we all want a copy of those sketches, definitely. So before I announce our next talk, just to see how many of you loves karaoke. Not so much? Okay, few. Okay, so just to remind you, we will have the after party after the last talk at 6:30. We have 2 petanque, we have karaoke and the shuffleboard. So I will see you there. Okay, our next talk is a special one because we don't have 1 speaker, we have 2 speakers. Jacob has been building websites since he was 11, teaches web performance at university, and plays drum. Alien has over 10 years in software, fell in love in Vue back in the Angular days. Together, they will share the real story of a complex migration, what worked, what didn't, and why they chose Vue, and it was the right choice. Please welcome Jacob Shorter and Helian Rivera.
Good, thank you.
So, everybody still awake? Good? Yeah, woo! Yeah, that's the energy. Okay.
Yeah, hi everyone. We're really excited to be here today because 3 years ago, like Helen and myself, we were here in the audience and we thought, wow, like one day we want to stand here on the stage, and yeah, here we are. It's really cool. And we want to show you how our story today about how we migrated a desktop application to the web. And yeah, let's get started. But before, who are we? Well,
Clicker?
yep. My name is Jakob Schröter, and funnily enough, my initials, JS, fit to what I'm doing since nearly 3 decades, because I'm started building websites when I was 11, and honestly, like with all these innovations happening every year, I still really enjoy doing it.
Yep. And my name is Elian Rivera, and no, I have not been working in human resources since I was 11. I've been a developer. I like it a lot. My passion is in web development, and I've been doing it for the past 10 to 12 years. And together with Jakob, we work at a company called Nime.
So what is Nime? Nime is an open source data science platform. It's got released in 2004. And over the time, it grew to over 300,000 users worldwide. But beside the open source part, we also have commercial offerings, which are used by more than 150 well-known enterprises. Yeah, to me, this sounds pretty interesting. And when I joined Nime 8 years ago, my front-end friends asked me, "Hey, Jakob, what are you working on? Like, can you send me a link? I want to see something." And honestly, I didn't want to send them the link. Because back then, Nime was an 800 megabyte download looking like this. Oof. It's a Java desktop application based on Eclipse. But yeah, you get the idea here. Like, Nime is a visual data science tool allowing anyone to work with data, basically by building workflows, by connecting nodes and configuring them without coding. But you can code a bit if you want. It's very powerful and established, and because it's open source, has a lot of integrations and third-party integrations, extensions. But its potential is a bit limited, as you can guess, right? Because it's like the desktop application. And also our commercial customers, they ask us, hey, it would be much easier for us to manage this running in-house, right, if it would be a web application. So this is why we and some more developers got hired to transform this into a modern web experience.
Here you can see one idea of the early designs where we wanted to go in the direction. And these, of course, are just a couple of examples, but you can maybe sort of guess the complexity that the tool has, because the Nime product is not just about building workflows. You can do a lot with it. You can execute them in the background. It can run through a lot of data. You can create visualizations, reports, dashboards, interactive data apps. It's software that's been around for a long time. So we had a lot of work ahead of us. But, I mean, maybe we can vibe code it. Sure, it should be easy. So we started the journey to build a new workflow editor, and of course, we first wanted to assess what framework to use, and spoiler alert, we chose Vue, because otherwise we wouldn't be here. And yeah, and I think one thing we liked a lot about Vue is the great DX, and Dragon was showing it earlier this morning, that there's this special thing about Vue, and once we started using it, it was really, really nice. And especially, it provides an easy onboarding for developers that don't have a lot of experience with front-end development. And because we come from there were a lot of developers with the Java background, this made it a bit easier for adoption. But of course, the most important criteria for deciding this was that the logos really fit well together. And this was we go for it. But of course, when we were getting ready to start the development of it, something else happened, and we had to.
Yeah, priorities shifted a bit in the company, because we realized that actually we had a lot of interesting content which was only available in the desktop application. So content like example workflows showing use cases, how to use Nime to solve this and that, right? And to improve the visibility on the market, we wanted to put this content online and also make it indexable by search engines. And that's why the idea of building a content platform first came up. So we started looking into frameworks that could help us with that. And yeah, we knew we needed server-side rendering for the static content, right, for search engines, but also client-side rendering, because we knew also that this, likely we will add more features to this. It's not only about a static website. And further, the framework should be flexible for all the future upcoming things, but also be a bit of structured, right? So that when it grows, it has a bit of structure. So since Vue was settled already, we of course looked into Nuxt. And it was in a very early stage. I think we started with Nuxt version, a beta version of Nuxt 2. And yeah, we liked the direction it was going. It looked really promising. And of course, we did our final sanity check. The logos also fitted really nicely together. Back then, now the Nuxt logo looks a bit more rounded.
It's still a triangle, so I think it works.
Yeah, and Nuxt turned out to be a great choice. Over time, this platform grew to the main entry point for many of our users. And let me quickly show you how it looks today. So basically, you can imagine it like GitHub for data science. It's actually called NIME Hub. And so you can search for workflows, you can collaborate in teams, but also we have enterprise features in this application, like, for example, being able to deploy workflows you have created as a data app. This is what we call some interactive app for business users, for example, but also deploy those workflows as web services, for example. We have many more features in there, but we cannot show them all. But we want to highlight some of the challenges we faced during the development. So yeah, it started small, but now it's a big enterprise front end with over 200,000 lines of code. It's deployed to multiple environments, software as a service, on-premise. And with this, there comes a high dynamic feature set, right? We have feature flags, permissions, licenses that you can apply. And also, on the backend side, we have many microservices that we need to handle all with one big front end. Luckily, with Nuxt 3, Nitro came in, and that helped a lot to improve on this side, and also to build a backend for front-end layer that we are using here. With all of this, and nowadays multiple teams working on the same code base, ownership and architecture gets a bit tricky. And this is what we are currently facing and trying to improve with a feature slice design inspired architecture. But after hearing Jakob's nice talk yesterday, and also speaking to Daniel, I think we will look into Nuxt modules and also Nuxt layers again and again.
Yep, but now we have the content platform, we can take a step back and we go back to the UI, and we want to finish the user journey. So we have this workflow. Wouldn't it be great if we have some way to edit the workflow? And that's when we came back to the workflow editor, which was the original thing we wanted to start with. But before we do so, we wanted to set for ourselves a few guiding metrics. For example, we know that we want to go to the web, but of course we still have to support a desktop application. So we want one single code base. We don't want to write everything twice. Second, we want to go for incremental adoption, because the tool has been around for a long time. It has a lot of features, and so it's very impractical to migrate everything all at once. We have to figure out a way that people can start using it while still being able to use the features in the legacy application. Of course, we also wanted to focus not on feature parity, but rather value parity. What this means is we wanted to assess what are the features that already exist, and individually take them one by one and say, okay, this is more aligned with the feature, with the future of the product, and bring those first rather than just yeah, let's just do everything. Importantly, we also must not break any existing workflows because the tool, like a lot of people are using it in their companies, they're running a lot of data through it. So we have to make sure that everything that used to work before still works in the new application. It has to be completely backwards compatible. And of course, last but not least, we can innovate because this is a good opportunity. We're doing a lot of things anew, so we can revise the UX, bring new features like new quality of life improvements. So why not do that? But still, I mean, with that said, we still have this Java application that we need to bridge to the web, and how do we do that? And of course, we need a browser to do that. In the beginning, what we did was like we experimented with SWT WebView. This is provided by Java. And what this does is just it spins up a native operating system browser. But under the hood, because it's using the native OS browser, and the majority of our users are in Windows, that meant Internet Explorer 11. And this is not a good commitment to make. So of course, we looked into something else, in this case, the Chromium Embedded Framework, alias CF. And for those who might not know, CF is what's used under the hood by Electron apps. But we cannot do an Electron app because Electron apps have a Node backend, and we have a Java backend. So this doesn't work. And luckily, we found this company from Argentina called Echo, and they provide such a wrapper. They provide something called Echo Chromium, and this wraps around CF and interfaces very well with Java, specifically in our case with an Eclipse and PDE environment. And it also provides the communications that you can get to the UI. So what we did, we added this little button here. This is the classic interface. And what we added was essentially something we call the perspective switch. And when you click this button, what you see here, it's a browser being spin up with a very basic Hello World application. But this is now HTML. You're like using JavaScript, so now the world is your oyster, essentially. And so next, we can look a bit into rendering. So here, these are the main primitives that we have in our application. They're called nodes, 9 nodes. And maybe from the get-go, you can imagine that HTML won't really work for this. So we went for the next best thing, which is SVG. And SVG had a big advantage for us. A lot of these nodes were already written in some form of another as components, as Vue components for the content platform, which was developed before. So we could reuse some of that code. And yeah, using SVG in Vue, it's pretty easy. It's like just like HTML. You can pretty much do everything that you can do in HTML. However, for us, this presented a challenge because set index is 3 in SVG, essentially because there is no set index. Everything is based on the DOM order. And luckily, Vue has this very nice feature called teleport, which we use heavily on the SVG canvas implementation to essentially retain a good component structure while still rendering the things in the order that we want it. Of course, after many iterations, this is kind of like how it looked like a bit in the future. Here in the background, we can see the web UI. This is still the desktop application. You can see in the background the web UI being powered by CF. And in the foreground, you can see that it integrates with the legacy features that already existed. This is a Java application. So we get to the state of mix and match, which was really good because it lets us like still develop things and just continuously improve. However, this is just a summary of the implementation of the workflow editor. There are still a few interesting challenges that we run into along the way, and we want to share with you some of those.
One of those challenges are our forms, because in fact, we have many forms in the application. For example, if we look at the screenshot again here, to configure those nodes, we have a form. And we have over 3,000 nodes. Most of the nodes are written in Java and some in Python. So we needed to find a way how to transform those forms into like this new like web form. And most importantly, the extension developers of KNIME, they should not need any front-end knowledge to do that. So we did some research and find a nice library called JSON forms. And with JSON forms, basically you define like a JSON forms schema describing the form that you want to build. And then there's a JSON forms renderer that can plug into your Vue components, and then you can render like your own components based on this scheme. Then again, like we created like a little SDK for Java and for Python, which allows developers to just annotate their Java and Python code, and the SDK then transforms this into a JSON form schema, and in the end, it will turn out into a nice web-based UI. And you can see the UIs, like the forms can be quite complex with some conditional logic and so on in there. Thanks to the mix and match Elian explained before, we are now able to ship those modernized forms already within the classic desktop application, right? You see in the back, this is like still Java, but in the front, there's a modern dialog. But also, we could combine it with the new workflow editor that we have built, right? So that we have the workflow editor, the new one, and also the new forms. Nice.
Yep, this is pretty cool. Unfortunately, there's still another problem. This window that you can see in the foreground is still running a separate browser instance. And because we know we want to go to the web, we still had another problem to solve, which was how to embed them at runtime, because we need to make them that they're all in the same window. And the reason why we have to do this is because, as we said before, we have a lot of extensions, and we do not know at build time what the extensions are. Only the user can decide what extensions they install. So a lot of these are generated at runtime, and we have to fetch them. This is kind of like what our initial approach looked like. So we had the main application. It's like the application shell that is running the main Vue application. And what it would do is it would fetch what we call internally a UI extension build. This would be a Vite library build, and would be fetched at runtime and would be registered dynamically in the main application. And this worked for a bit, but slowly we started to notice some issues. For example, we started having like a lot of CSS scoping conflicts, because the reason is like both the main application and all of these UI extensions use a shared UI kit that we built in-house. And sometimes there were like code being written that would override some of those styles from the shared components. And because we're embedding everything into the same instance, the scoping conflicts would arise. And they were very tricky to debug and very tricky to predict when they would happen. So you would have like the UI loading something, and then all of a sudden the button starts to look a bit funky. Another problem we had was Vue version incompatibilities. The team that works, my team, we work on the main editor, but the teams that work on the UI extensions, they're separate teams, and they often have like different update cycles for their dependencies. So there will come times, for example, where we are using Vue 3.8, but they're still using 3.5 on their like extension, and when we pull that in, there's maybe a bit of an incompatibility there. And another problem was that in order to make this work, we had to expose the application, like the Vue instance, into the global window, which did not provide like technical difficulties, but it's still a potential security issue, right? Because it's just exposed in the window object. So we had to like take a different approach to solve this problem.
Yeah, so we again wrote a little SDK. This time we called it NIME UI Extension SDK. And this handles the embedding and the communication between the main application and those standalone UIs. It supports two modes. One is the iframe mode, and this, of course, has best isolation, best sandboxing, and also from a security perspective is the best. So especially for third-party extensions, this is the way we wanted to go. But it has one issue, and this is that you are tied to this visual frame, right? You cannot escape it, which is a good thing on the one hand. But we had use cases where we, for example, wanted to show like a popover or a modal dialog from out of those standalone applications, which should overlay the main application. And that's why we also implemented this shadow DOM mode, which basically renders a Vue application into shadow DOM. It also has some JavaScript and CSS isolation, so it works pretty well. And we use this for our in-house UIs that we build. Also, the nice thing with this is, like with both actually, but mostly with the iframe, is that we are not tied to Vue, right? We can load any kind of application in there. And that's what we use for our visualizations, where we use the Apache eCharts framework. All right. So with all of this that we described so far, we reached a very important milestone for us. And I think this milestone deserves a little drum roll, but you heard before that I played the drums, but unfortunately I couldn't bring my drums here. So I need all of you now to do a little drum roll with your feet, right? Can we do it? Let's start. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, a bit louder, a bit louder, a bit louder. Yeah, and stop. Cool. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, really cool. I wanted to use the web audio API for something more or less useful one day. All right, but back to our milestone. With all of this, we finally had the whole application for the first time working in the browser in a usable state, right? You see, we dropped an Excel file here. Then we, you can see, you can inspect the data. You see the configuration, like our forms. You also see the visualizations. So the whole thing really is working.
Yeah, and we also have some AI features, by the way. Like it integrates with all the models. It does some stuff for you. But I think we've had enough of AI, so we're not going to show any of that.
All right. At this point, we also want to point out that really, like Elian and I, we did not develop this ourselves, right? There was like many developers at NIME who are likely watching us here on the live stream.
Alone of us.
They were all helping, and it took a huge effort to migrate this application, not only on the front-end side, but also on the back-end side, infrastructure, UX, on the product side, and so on. So yeah, because it's running on the browser now,
Yeah.
I can like respond to my
wait, what are you doing? No, don't do it. No.
Why not?
You're going to send your friends?
Yeah.
No. I think there might be still problems. You have to make sure things, because, you know, things can go wrong. Like,
oh, yeah, performance, yes. Actually, this is one of my favorite topics. And we indeed had some performance issues. Although NIME provides like a way how to wrap like complex or split complex workflows into tiny pieces, they're called NIME components. Guess what some users do? They build huge workflows. And you might remember that we're using SVG for this rendering, right? And with SVG, yeah, every element is rendered in the DOM. So the more elements you have, the slower it gets. And yeah, you can see here that the performance with big workflows was not acceptable at all. Luckily, Elian had a few ideas.
yes. So we set ourselves to replace this approach. And of course, we first looked into a Canvas implementation. And at this point, we did not want to rewrite everything. So we wanted to look for some tools that lets us retain the same architecture that we had inside, but kind of like map from A to B. And we looked into, for example, some tools like Vue.js, which integrates great with Vue. But unfortunately, we did not have any meaningful performance wins in the POCs that we made. So we had to keep looking. And then we thought, OK, what about WebGL? And we found this framework called Pixie.js. And for those who don't know, Pixie.js is like a 2D rendering engine for game development in the web. It's pretty cool, very well maintained, like great performance. But it lacks a first-party integration with Vue. But the POC that we made with this, we had to raw dog it with vanilla Pixie, but it was really good. The performance was great. And we said, OK, what do we do now? But thankfully, Vue has this thing, the custom render API. And like I know there's some guys from Tres.js here at the conference, so they know about this because Tres is like using this to work. So we had to say, OK, maybe we have to write one ourselves for Vue Pixie, for Pixie in this case. But the Vue community also is great, and this already exists. It's called Vue 3 Pixie, and with this, we were able to get working. So we're back here. So let me show you how that looks. Here on the left side, we have the SVG implementation. This is a very simplified example. On the right side, we have a WebGL snippet using Vue 3 Pixie in this case. And like most of the magic happens here. Like here in SVG, normally what you would do is you would bind your paths. But in the case of WebGL, everything happens on the render function, which is powered by a watch effect. So normally you have to draw all the things, but you can have your reactive dependencies in there. And whenever it changes, it will just schedule to the render batches that Pixie would like redraw on its next pass, and it would just get synchronized with the scene graph of Pixie. And of course, again, this is a very simplified example. There's many things that we had to do from scratch. For example, there was no CSS that we could reuse So we had to style a lot of things. For some cases where performance was more critical, we had to like go a bit around and use directly Pixie. But overall, I think the results were really good. This is the same workflow that Jack was showing before. Same amount of nodes, but in this case, the interaction for dragging is like very, very smooth. And like not only this was like a nice effort, but it also opened the door for future more performance optimizations because we are now in full control of the render output. So this is really good. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, to recap our journey, here, like a very rough timeline of our milestones that we had. In reality, they did partially also happen in parallel, right? The development of those milestones. But yeah, and now this year we are really looking forward to finally launch the in-browser editing officially. This is the next big thing we are going to release. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, you know, like not everything that we did is user-facing. Like there was a lot of work that was happening behind the scenes. You're all developers, so you know like the story. We had to do a lot of like Vue 2 to Vue 3. This was really smooth. The API was very stable. The guide was like really easy to do. Nox 2 to Nox 3 was a bit of a anecdote, but yeah. And yeah, I think we also had like a few other things.
Oh yes,
yeah.
oh yes, yeah. And we still need to go to Nuxt 4, yeah.
Yeah, but I think in general, all these things are worth it. Like performance improved, the productivity improved, all these tools are moving in the right direction, so it was worth spending the effort to do that.
Yeah, and we have some more learnings that we want to share with you. I will start with the ones that didn't go so well, basically also like a summary. First thing, yeah, Helian mentioned it a bit, like the Nuxt tree migration was a bit tough for us, honestly. But partially, it was also our fault, because with Nuxt 2, and like, as I said, like we started with a very early version, right? We implemented quite a lot of custom workarounds for framework functionality. And all those workarounds, they fell on our feet when we wanted to upgrade. So a lesson learned was here, like try to stick to the framework, try not to work it around too much. Next thing, yeah, we underestimated what our users would do with the app, as you have seen regarding the performance. And also not isolating the embedded standalone UIs, yeah, didn't turn out that well. And one thing also I would like really like tell you or like hope you don't use it that much because it was a pain for us. Initially we used a lot of deep styles, as Helian mentioned, and they were a pain later on. So we try to avoid them now everywhere.
Yeah. Of course, on the flip side, there are many things that went well. Like for example, we focused on this approach of doing things incremental. It's really good for us, also for the users. We were able to get people testing things. And this combined with this mix and match state where we are able to like let people still use the legacy features combined with the new UI, it was very good for feedback. We kind of maybe inadvertently focus on this mantra to make it work, then make it good, and then make it fast, as indicated by the performance section. Maybe in hindsight, we could have looked into the performance a bit sooner. But of course, we're also understanding a bit the domain and like what we wanted to implement and getting expertise implementing this like new canvas. And like it was good that people could try it out and we at least at the end discovered this use case. And of course, importantly, listen to user feedback. But also don't get discouraged by it. Like we have a large forum in the community and people are very like passionate and vocal, especially because the tool has been around for so long. They have opinions about, like very strong opinions about like how things should work. And sometimes like they're right, and it's good to listen to that feedback, because sometimes it can get you a bit depressed. Yeah, and of course, we would not be here if it wasn't for like all the great many tools that exist in this community. So I'd like us to give it up for the open source community.
All right, that was our journey, our story. If you have any questions to that, or you are facing similar challenges and want to have a chat, feel free to reach out to us here today or online. And in case you're curious how we solved certain things, you can check our code on GitHub. And yeah, thank you all for listening. See you around.
Thank you, guys. All right, everyone, it's time for a break. We will have a 30 minutes break. Don't forget to stop by our sponsors booth. Also stop by the O0 Octa booth for a chance to win Vuejs Amsterdam next year tickets. See you in 30. so he knows how to cook something good. He's here to give us the inside story on Astro 6, the biggest release yet. A new Rust-based compiler, massive performance improvements, and a few things that haven't been announced anywhere else. Exclusive. Please welcome Matt Kane.
Hello, I'm Matt. I'm on the Astro core team, and I'm here to talk about Astro 6. It launched this week. Perfect timing, came out on Tuesday. I didn't know that when I pitched this talk, so the title that you will see on your program is saying what's coming up in Astro 6, but now it's what has happened in Astro 6. So, who am I? I'm Matt, this is my site. I have been building for the web for not quite since it looked like this. I'm on the Astro core team, and I maintain quite a lot of open source projects. There's a few of them up there. I used to be on the Gatsby core team as well, but now I work at Cloudflare, where my job is making frameworks, all frameworks work well. So, how many people here have actually used Astro before? So it's quite a few, you know. I mean, I understand here that this is not an Astro conference, and Astro is not just about Vue, but there is quite a bit of Vue in there. But I'll give a short intro to Astro for people who don't really know about it too much. Astro is the web framework for content-driven sites. It's built on Vite, and we don't try to be a framework for everybody. It's not, if you're building a dashboard or something like that, or a chat app or something, you probably don't want to be building it with Astro. But if you are building a content-driven site, so blogs and portfolios, docs, e-commerce, then we think that Astro is the best choice. And devs love it. It's #1 for satisfaction in the State of JS for 3 years running now. The downloads have just gone through the roof. I mean, been a lot, you know, people have clearly been doing a lot of vibing since January, but we've basically trebled the downloads in the last year. And lots of sites are using it for, you know, massive global brands and weird little dev portfolio sites that are supposed to look like 35-year-old Macs. So what does an Astro page look like? This is an Astro page. This is a valid Astro site, an Astro page. It's just HTML. If you know HTML, you know how to write an Astro page. But it can do more. If you add a front matter fence, that area at the top is now TypeScript that runs at build time. And you can pull in components and do all kinds of stuff in there, and that just works. But if you need some interactivity, you can pull in framework components. So I've pulled in a Vue component here. I've told it to hydrate when the page loads. And then you can just pull that in there. And it also supports React, Svelte, Solid, and so on. But you can even mix those in the same page if you want to be crazy. And if you add that, then it turns it into server-side rendering. So it's rendered SSR instead of being rendered at build time. And what this means is that Astro is really fast out of the box. I mean, you have to try hard to make Astro slow in the browser. It's pure HTML, and you know, HTML, when it's just HTML, is fast. So, but then when you do have the interactivity, you are doing it on your own terms. You're saying how much you need. You need that little bit of interactivity in there, and you'll pull that in, and that will do it. So Astro, I've said, is for content-driven sites. So we have some extra tools in there for helping manage content. Here is how you define a content collection. So content collections are a way of managing all of your content that you have on a site from wherever it's coming from. A lot of people have big folders of Markdown that they use because, you know, Astro is awesome for doing docs sites. And this is how you would do that. You just basically say, here's pointed at a folder. These are the markdown files, and you can define a schema. So if you do that, then it's passed at runtime and type checked, and you get get all the full TypeScript types and everything in there. And then in your page, you just call getEntry, load it, you render it, and there it is on the page. And it's really as simple as that. And I think it's a lot of people that keep asking me. I mean, they genuinely ask me why do I think that people like using Astro? And I think it's just really easy to get into it, and it makes it easy to get started and easy to do the right thing. But loaders aren't restricted to just the file system. So here, this is the one that we saw before, but you can also write a loader that pulls from any API, a CMS or database or whatever, and you define it in the same way. So here we've got one that's loading from a store. You put the loader in there, schema in the same way, and then you can just use it in the same way. You get entry, pull a product, mix and match, and it just works in there. So that's how content collections have worked up until Astro, before Astro 6. The problem there is that obviously all of this data is loaded at build time. And even if you're running in SSR, it's still the data that was loaded at the point of the build. So that's great if your pages don't change very often. But if you are say you're doing something that changes regularly, or you're editing a CMS or something like that, you can't use content collections. You lose the benefits of having a content collection. You have to hit the APIs and stuff manually, which, I mean, it's not as nice. So in Astro 6, we've added live collections. So these are basically exactly the same in terms of how you use them, except for they run at runtime. So you can live data that updates, and the point is that it works, you can use it in just the same way, and you get all of the nice developer experience that you get from other content collections, like all the type safety and the way that it's all centralized, and the way that you can reuse all the loaders and everything. You use it inside you define it in a very similar way. You just create the loader, and there it is. And it's just defining a live collection instead of defining a build time collection. But obviously, the problem with live data is you are having to hit your API every time. So, obviously, that is not going to be as fast as having a fully cached data that is already there at runtime or pre-rendered. So, what you're going to run into is that you want to be caching this. Now, you can do caching with Astro now. You can set your response headers and cache it like that, but it's not very ergonomic. So what we have done is we are in Astro 6. We are adding root caching so this is experimental in Astro 6. But let me I'm going to try and show you how this works. So let's get. So this beautiful site here, I'm going to blame on Claude. I said, build me a demo site, and pointed at the docs. I didn't tell it to create every possible Dutch stereotype that you might have heard of, but it saw it was for Vuejs Amsterdam. So obviously, that assumes that that's all that Dutch people want to learn about. So anyway, here is this lovely site. Let's look at some waffles. It's got some Vue components in there for adding to cart, and yeah, so you've just got that, and you can see that these Vue islands are hydrated, but the rest of it is all static. So, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch us over to the code, which I have got on the wrong screen. It's doing so well. Really doesn't want me to drag it up to the other monitor. There we go. There you go. So let's make this a little bit bigger. So this is how we are loading the, this is how we're defining the live collection. This looks like how we are, how I showed it on the screen before. This is showing where we're defining this product loader. Now this loader here is a fake one that I've created, but this just shows how simple it is to define. So it's just a live loader is just an object with two functions, load collection and load entry. Load entry, it literally just grabs the data, returns ID data, and then this is the secret. This here is a cache hint, and what we've got here is a last modified time coming from there, and the tags. And what we're doing here is we're tagging it with the ID of the project. We've also added with the product, and we're also adding a category tag there as well. Now, this ID thing here has to be unique across your site. And then what we're going to do there is I'm going to show you how we use this in the site. Now, I'm grabbing this entry here using getLiveEntry. I'm pulling it from the products. And then this part here is I am calling Astro cache set on that entry that I've just grabbed. Now, what this does is this tells Astro this page uses this data. We may try and make it run automatically, but at the moment, it's something that you opt into. And this is basically telling Astro, this is a thing that you need to depend on. Keep an eye on this. We'll look at that. We'll look at this one later. If we go back to our page here, we can see that this is actually cached. We can see this. I'm going to make this a bit bigger so I can actually see. You can see that this one was there, was rendered at 1428, and as I reload it, nothing is changing. So here's our waffles. There, 1631. That was just now. And as I reload it, it's not updating. So this means that this has been cached. So obviously, waffles are amazingly delicious, and there's been a big run on them. So you decided that we need to bump the price. So we hit on the thing to bump the price here. Price has gone up. It's pretty shockingly expensive, I have to say. But people still love them. So we go back to here, we reload it. Oh, no, obviously, it's cached, not rocket science here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to hit invalidate. I'm going to go back there. I'm going to reload that. It's updated it. It's invalidated the cache. And then if we go back to the index page, it's also invalidated this one as well. Now, so this here is running on a, let me just switch back to my slides. This that I've been showing you there is the node provider. This is running experimental that we launched last week, or this week even, and this current one is just an in-memory cache. So it's not doing anything special, and it only works on node because it doesn't make any sense to have a memory cache on there. So this is not so interesting, but we don't really want you to use our built-in caching. That is only there for places where you can't run a proper cache. And what I mean by a proper cache is one from a CDN provider. So I've got Cloudflare there, I work there, that's not, that's just, it's just one example. But this isn't ready yet. This will be shipping in the next few weeks. But basically the idea is that platforms like Cloudflare and Netlify and Vercel have got really sophisticated programmable caches now. And these are just real HTTP caches, so using the web platform. So instead of inventing our own caching, we are doing this thing that we always try to do with Astro, which is to use the web platform. So we are just using headers. We are using the bog standard cache headers. Now, that doesn't necessarily, that might not be particularly interesting. We're just sending a cache header. You could do that, you can do that by hand. But we are also wrapping their cache invalidation. Now, that is one where each platform is different. They've all got their own ways of purging their cache. we are wrapping around that. You just call Astro cache set, or you call Astro cache invalidate, and it does it all behind the scenes. And they all support the same cache control headers there. So you can do the ISR type thing with the stale while revalidate. You can do cache tagging. You can invalidate that really anywhere, and this works across different providers. What I would really love is that we would hope that this API, this cache API is pluggable enough that people can implement cache providers for, Fastly, or for ones like for Redis or whatever, and that is going to be something that means that this can be used absolutely everywhere. So I'm going to just switch back to my and so I'm going to show what this actually looks like, because what we saw just there was only this in-memory thing, but we want to see the real deal here with the cache header. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this memory cache, and I'm going to change it over to this CDN cache provider. So I've created a CDN of my own. Don't tell my bosses. So this is a very simple one, but this is just actually showing how simple it is to implement. It is basically just literally here. This is the API for creating a cache provider. Set headers, invalidate. So, anyone can make that. And this is what I'm doing for the headers. It's a bit messy. We'll make some helpers to make this easier. And then for invalidate, I'm just logging it. So now I've changed this here. So I am going to have to rebuild, because this doesn't work in dev, because you don't want your caching happening while you're in dev, because that way lies madness. So what I've now got is I've got this so I've now got this new CDN cache provider that I've got in there. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to open my my cache tools here, and I'm going to go to the network tab. Let's go to, so I'm going to reload this, and then what we're going to see here is, nope. We've got all of these cache tags that have been associated with this page. So this is the tags for every product that's on here. So if I then go to another page and load this one here, you can see that you've just got the product and the category food. Then we've got these CDN cache control headers. I've set up stale while revalidate and all that kind of thing for it. And then this isn't actually caching now, because this is a fake CDN. But what this would do, if you had a real CDN, is it would see this cache control header. If you've not seen CDN cache control, it is a web standard one, but is designed just for CDN, so your browser will ignore it. So it should be used by the CDN that then just handles it. But the point about this that I'm trying to get at is that because this abstracts everything away, you can just, if you're writing some code, you don't need to think, oh, am I on Vercel? Do I need to use purge cache, or do I need to use Vercel cache tag, or do I want to use Netlify cache tag? And if you're writing a library, so say you are writing a loader for a CMS, you don't want to have to tell them that, oh, if you're on this platform, you use this way of doing it. That is all abstracted away. All you need to do is call Astro cache set or Astro cache invalidate. And it just makes everything a hell of a lot simpler. And I'm just going to finally just show the way that the invalidation works. So when I was hitting that invalidate endpoint, all it was doing here was hitting this API that I've got. This is just an API endpoint. And here it is, cache invalidate tags. And realistically, what you would do this for would be, say you would have a webhook from a CMS, for example, would call out this, and it would say, okay, you've edited a page. This is the object that has changed, and we are going to invalidate everything that's on that that uses that object. And that doesn't necessarily need to be one page to one object. So, you know, if you are doing a complex page that uses like lots of images and things like that from a CMS, you can pass those all to Astro cache set, and it will merge them and create the union of all of the tags. And then when you edit one icon of one caption of one thing, it will invalidate every page that uses that image. So that is the way that live collections are going to be working with root caching, coming very soon. So I'm going to move over back to my slides. So next up, next feature for Astro 6. Astro 6 includes automatic content security policy support. Now, if you have ever done this by hand, you will know what this is a big deal this is. If you've never done this by hand, you will be going, what's a content security policy? Content security policy are a browser security feature, and they are, bar none, the best weapon that you have got against things like cross-site scripting vulnerabilities. Basically what they are is an allow list of scripts and things like that that are allowed to run on your site. And it covers everything, so whether you can load a font or whether a script or styles or anything like that. You can set it as a meta tag or an HTTP header, and the browser will block any script or style or image that doesn't match that. Now, if it's such a powerful thing, why do so many sites still get cross-site scripting vulnerabilities? Because CSPs are a massive pain to do. They are really, really annoying. You've basically got to do all of these things of getting hashes of every script that has to update every time you change any of the content, or you have to set a nonce value, which has to change on every request and be applied into the HTML. It's just really annoying. And basically, we decided that we needed to do something better about this. And it's really, it's been a massive amount of work to get this going. But what we have done is we now can manage to keep track of every single inline script, or whether it's a loaded, if it's a linked script or anything like that. We keep track of everything. And then this is how you enable it in Astro 6. That's all you need. That sets everything up automatically. You can twiddle, add extra bits in there if you want. So if you say want to do third-party embeds or something like that, you can add them in there. But this, if you just drop that in there, your site will suddenly be blocking like 95% plus of any vulnerabilities like that. So I am going to show an extremely quick demo of this because I already have that demo there. It is the this demo. Now, you may have spotted this already. This is the content security policy header that came from this. Really, do you want to be generating this by hand? Each of these here, so if we say this is the script, this is fonts are saying you can load any fonts from this origin. Scripts, these are ones that you're only allowed to load ones that have got these hashes, and it's the same with styles and everything, all like that. And it just works. Just literally, I just added that line and it just did it. So that's pretty cool, I reckon, anyway. Next up, fonts. So I'm going to take a sip. So content sites. Fonts are important. Content sites are about reading, so typography matters. This is another Claude special here. I did this on the Eurostar on the way over. I said, show me, do something that uses Google Fonts, and I wanted to demonstrate it. This is real recording. This is what you can see here is the way that it jumps around. Now, this is called the flash of unstyled text. Now, Google Fonts are brilliant. We like, you know, they're great that you've got all of these fonts that you can have, but Google Fonts are free, but they've got strings attached, you know. And they are free only in as much as you are paying for them with your users' privacy. And it's not your privacy to spend. So the conclusion is you shouldn't use these third-party font services. Whether or not these legal things stand, I mean, just I think personally, ethically, you shouldn't be using them. So you should self-host them. And that's annoying. So what we can do is we can make that easy for you. And we can make it so that we can do some extra little tricks to stop that jumping around flash of unstyled text. And this is how you do it. This is live in Astro 6 now. You define the font provider. Oh, look, I'm using Google again. You can still use the Google fonts because it doesn't tell anything about the user. It just downloads them as you're getting them built. And then you just set all the settings for them, and it downloads them at build time, so there's no GDPR stuff, and then it generates size-adjusted fallbacks to make sure that the things don't jump around. So what that basically means is it will say, you know, you are using a fancy serif font that you're loading from Google. We're going to do a placeholder where we use Georgia that we specially hint and adjust so that it fits. That is powered by Unifont and Capsize under the hood. Thank you, Daniel. The example here is Google, but it also supports loads of others thanks to Unifont. So it handles like Bunny and Font Source and even Adobe. And I'm going to show you the fonts. I'm not going to show you the fonts because I've only got 2.5 minutes, so I'm going to skip straight forward to this one. This is a little lesson for all open source maintainers. If you get the opportunity to nerd snipe somebody from E18E, jump right on it. I don't know how many of people know E18E. I know there had some stuff yesterday. This is James. This is what happened the next day after that. James opened a PR, 11 times faster. This is an example of the other thing that we've been focusing on. We have been doing all of these optimizations of the builds and rendering of Astro, going through everything from the compilation and the rendering pipelines, because, you know, Astro originally was not really optimized for SSR or anything like that. It was, it was good enough, but not good enough, but not, not first class. It's getting better. It's getting a lot better. So this is what we've got. But the big thing that we've done is this next new project. The original Astro compiler was written in a weekend. Nate, who wrote it, it was the first Go code he'd ever written. This was pre-vibe coding, obviously. This was 2021. Now, that considered, obviously Nate is amazing. He's now does Clack, which is used by absolutely everything. But he wrote this, and it did us really well for a long time. That Go for put in a lot of work. But it was hard to maintain. So we've done the traditional thing. We've rewritten it in Rust, and we've done the newly traditional thing, which is we've based it on top of OXC. So Erica, who's built it, we're actually using a fork of OXC at the moment, but we should hopefully get that upstreamed. We forked OXC to add support for .astro files. And obviously the nice thing about that is because it's OXC, this will give us support for OXLint and OX format as well. So I'm really excited about those because I'm huge fans of those projects, and we all are. And we decided to keep it in the tradition of before, and this new one was also written in a weekend. This was written by Erica with a little help from someone called Claude. As part of the work, though, this was the first thing that she did was write a proper formal spec for the Astro language, which there hadn't been. The spec was whatever worked in the old compiler, and because of that, because she put in the hours to make the spec, then the compiler worked really well. Now, this is experimental in Astro 6. We're already seeing some great benefits, so we recommend you give it a try. And then the final thing is the Vite environment API. Now, this is pretty in the weeds. I know really in terms of any audience, probably more people here know what the environment API is than anywhere else, but it is still pretty much in the weeds. The important thing is that this unlocked the biggest project that we've worked on in Astro 6. The previous version predated SSR of the dev server. We've written an entirely new dev server, and the previous one predated SSR in Astro. And basically, we've done a full rewrite of the dev server that uses full SSR all the way through it, so you don't get so many of the works on my machine things. So it removes a whole class of bugs. And it also unlocks some cool stuff like the fact that you can run, because it's running the same thing as in SSR, you can do stuff like you can run the real Cloudflare runtime in dev. So it's not being emulated, it's the real thing. And then here's a slide I had to add. So speaking of things built on Cloudflare workers, most of you probably saw Evan announce Void this morning. These primitives here are the sort of thing that wouldn't have worked in dev on Astro before, but with this, because of the environment API, they will be able to do this. And this applies to all the platforms. Now, this is my caveat. I haven't actually checked this with Evan. I was going to ask him, but your mileage may vary. So this applies to any platform. This isn't just Cloudflare. This applies to any platform that's got custom APIs that run at runtime only and not in dev. So that's Astro 6. Launched on Tuesday. We've had over 1,000 contributors to Astro since it started. And every launch blog, we thank everyone who contributed to the latest release. And for Astro 6, that list was so long, I'm just going to show you their faces. We've had over 130, I think it's more like 140 contributors to just Astro 6. And that doesn't include everyone who did wider ecosystem stuff. So thank all of you. And so, yeah, that's me. Some come by and say, hey, hi later. Find me on Blue Sky. And I also find some of these limited edition Astro Vue mission patch stickers. So thanks a lot, everybody. Bye.
Thank you, Matt. OK, our next talk is going to surprise you. When I say Vue, you think browser, right? Components, templates. Well, our next speaker is about to change that. He's a senior software engineer at Directors, and my favorite detail, he's also a pilot. He's going to show us how Vue Reactivity System can power the backend. And it's not just a theory talk. There will be a live demo here with a QR code. So get your phones ready. Please welcome Mark Becks.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's one of the last talks, which is always, I know everyone is tired and they are not very excited to have more knowledge crammed into their brain. So this talk is by design not that knowledge transfer, but just to have fun a little bit. So we are going to look at how we could use Vue beyond the browser. A little bit about me. My name is Mark. If you want to ask me something, just show a picture, share a picture you took at the conference or something like that. I'm very active on X. There you can find me at MarkBA. I'm a senior software engineer at Directors, where I love working at a super secret project. Can't tell you yet. Ha. Got me almost. So yeah, I'm from Luxembourg. Anyone else from Luxembourg here? Last time there was someone. He's not here today. OK, maybe he's watching live. OK, so in my free time, I'm a private pilot, which means I fly a lawnmower with wings. I'm not a private jet pilot or something like that, but it's still pretty fun and takes a ton of work. So it's main hobby. But I also do coffee roasting. I still have a few bags of coffee, of self-roasted coffee, with me. If someone is interested after the talk to get one, just approach me and you get one. And I make conference videos, as you saw earlier today. So that's a little bit about me. Let's get into it. OK, so what we are building today. So by the end of this talk, Vue will control a light show in this room. Ooh. So if that's not a cool premise, so just stick around. It will, if everything goes right, it will be very cool. Or at least it will be funny, as my teammates say. So yeah, you might ask yourself, Mark, this is a front-end conference. Why are you talking about back-end stuff? Yeah, but let's get, I'm on the wrong slide. Okay. Doesn't matter. So yeah, we are going to build with the bun backend, with Vue, or even with Vue use a few things, and WebSocket. We're gonna build this light show. And yeah, so why Vue in the backend? You might ask yourself, Mark, this is a front-end conference. What are you talking about backend? Why should we be doing that? So yeah, a great way to deeply understand how something works is to try to use it for something it's not designed to do. I don't know if, I think this was last year or 2 years ago, there was a guy that got Doom running on TypeScript types. Not on JavaScript, but TypeScript types. So I'm sure, I don't remember his name, but I'm sure this guy learned a ton of stuff about TypeScript by trying to use it for something that it's not used for. So maybe this is like already good enough, but there's more. Yeah, you can just do things. Why not? It's fun, which is the purpose of this talk. So we have a lot of AI this, AI that. You have to, if you don't do this, you are left behind. Yeah, let's forget for 26 more minutes about that, and let's just have fun with a little bit of coding. This should already be enough, but there's even more. So you can use your Vue.js paradigms that you are used to in the front end. You can just use it in the back end, because why not? And ultimately, yeah, you're going to learn about a little bit about Vue reactivity in the process. I actually had the idea for this exact talk 5 years ago, a little bit more than 5 years ago, and I asked Evan, like on Twitter back then, I asked Evan, hey, do you think there's a problem by doing that? And Evan answered. We get to that later, but also Sébastien Champin, the creator of Nuxt, answered, and he said, glad I'm not the only one thinking of this. So that's also confirmed my idea, so maybe this would be cool, but I didn't really make a talk out of it because I thought it might be a little bit stupid, but I think it will be very cool if it all works out, or very funny. So let's talk about what is reactivity actually. It's pretty easy. When something changes, we update everything that depends on it. Pretty straightforward. So there's this concept track. So when a value is read, we know down who is reading it, and then when we trigger something, so when a value is written, we notify everyone that we noted down in the list that we wanted to track. So that's basically it about the reactivity. So how does Vue implement reactivity? Well, Vue uses JavaScript proxies. And I could give an entire talk about how this works. There's actually one, I gave it a few times, building Vue from scratch. So if you're interested in doing that, it's still somewhere on YouTube. But very basically, it's something like this. So we have a proxy that, if you talk to the proxy, you can intercept the writing and reading of an object, and you can add additional logic to it. So for example, if we log out the color, what happens? So it goes to this getter. So this get and set is called traps, but so it goes to this trap, getter trap, and then it writes this down. Now, okay, so this function wants to be updated when, or called, when this object gets written. And then on the other side, when we have something like this, we set the color. We go to our clipboard. Okay, so did someone want it to be notified about this? Oh yeah, this function. So we execute it and it's updated. So this is the basic premise of how Vue implements reactivity. A few things we are going to use in the backend here. This is all basic stuff. You all know this. We are going to use ref reactive, computed, watch, and also watch effect functions. Okay, how does something without reactivity look like? So this is what it would look like. And there's already like an issue. So if we have this color, and we have this function set color, and after we set the color, we have to do a bunch of maintenance. So we want to broadcast this color, for example. We want to update a log, and then we also actually have to calculate some derivative value out of it. So this thing here in red, we have to do this every time we change the color. We want to set the color. So it might work, but you can't really be sure if in a bigger code base it's like always going to be executed, because you write another function that sort of updates the color and you forget to do this, and then you figure out very late that something didn't get executed. So with reactivity, how does this work? So the idea here is you describe what should happen, and Vue figures out when. So in practice, it looks something like this. So we have the ref here of the color, and then we have two watch effects. Actually, this could be in one watch effect. I don't know why I did two now that I'm looking at it, but it's fine. And then when we execute the color value set, so maybe if you change the color, then these two watch effects are being executed. So my point is that you don't have to worry about when is something going to be updated. Like just Vue takes care of it. And I find it super interesting because, yeah, you can do some cool stuff with it also in the backend. There are some backend-friendly adjustments we might want to keep in mind if we work with Vue in the backend. So this is the answer that Evan Yu gave me when I asked him, hey, is this something I should be careful about? And basically he said, yeah, maybe just make sure that you use shallow ref and shallow reactive. If not, so if, for example, we have a bun object, a node object that has a bunch of stuff, for example, let's say a WebSocket connection that has a bunch of stuff, if something changes there, it's all going to be re-rendered, which makes the performance abysmal. So yeah, we note that. We use shallow ref and shallow reactive. And then another thing is sync watchers. So the default pre and post flushes for a watcher, they are before or after the DOM updates. But yeah, we are in the backend. We don't have a DOM, so we can do sync. If we set it to flush sync, it's going to execute immediately because we don't need to batch effects for DOM updates. Yeah, because as I said, we don't have a DOM. Okay, it's demo time. First demo. There are 2 demos. But let's see, some live coding to just bring you the idea a little bit closer of what I want to do. So here we have, is the code readable? Yeah, probably in the back. Is code readable? Thumbs up? Yes, perfect. Okay, so here we have, it's not a very useful example, but it's cool to show. So we have a dice roll here, and every time we click it, it generates us a new number for the dice. And then we have the previous roll, and we have the score. Why doesn't this work? Oh yeah, no, it does work. So the game is not, yeah, the game is, but it's actually not a game that if you have 2 times in a row the same number, it deletes. And then your score is 0 again, but your high score stays. So if we go through it, goes up, and then we had twice the number 3, the score goes back to 0, and the high score stays. And this is all now without reactivity. And what we can do now is we can try to figure out how to do all of this. So we have here a variable, last roll, second last roll, score, high score, and then we roll a dice. We do some dubious assigning of things here. And it's already a little bit messy, but let's see. So let's just throw away this entire roll dice thing. And from these, I actually just want to keep the name because so I can copy it fast and I don't forget anything. And I want to start with import the ref and watch effect from Vue. It's already installed, so I don't have issues with the, with the connection. Then, so what do we have here? I want to have the roles, dice rolls, and this is just going to be an array, ref. And then we have like the last roll, so this could be a computer property. So the last roll is, actually we forgot to import this. Okay, so the computer property, and this is the last roll value at last row value length -1. Okay, and then we have the second last roll, which is very similar. It's just rolls. Oh, yes. Thank you. Rolls. That's why it didn't offer me the right thing. This looks better. And then -2. So we can get rid of these two. Then we have the score, which is also a computer property. Computed. Now we do use the roles, and we reduce this accumulator and and the current. This is going to be like this. What am I doing wrong here? Okay, so this should be fine. It adds all the values in the array. Does this look correct? Yeah, I think so. If not, we figure it out. And then the high score is just going to be another ref. I put it up here with the others. High score is a ref of 0, and then we can delete that. And then we just are missing the function of roll dice. And what do we do here? So we have a roll. And let's see if I have this right in mind. So we have the floor of math random 6 and then +1. So a number between 1 and 6. And then we can return the roll, and also we can add it to the rolls. We just push it. Roll, okay. So this should actually already work. Let's try. Oh, great. Oh yes, I see. I passed this. Okay, so let's do another one that is just stats. Maybe stats is a computed again. We return this thing. No. Would be easier. So yeah, so we probably just want to do this dot value. Does this work? Okay, so let's try it again. Oh, I don't use it. I don't use it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Live coding is always fun. You should try sometime. I don't use the stats, so this we can delete. And then we just pass the stats value. Hey! Thank you. So this works as intended, I think. What's the high score doesn't work, but we are getting close to the time, so we just ignore this because it's not really that part of the what I wanted to show you. What I wanted to show you is that we can just copy all of this out. We create a new file called useDice.ts. We export a function useDice, and then we just put all of that in there, and then we return. I think we just need the roll, the dice, and the stats. and then we can do import use dice from use dice, and then we just need to use the what was it, stats and roll dice. Yes, thank you. Use dice, and then we should still work. Yes, so it still works, and you see we have the same thing. We just have a composable just as we would have in front-end Vue.js, just in the backend, and it works fine. So yeah, this is the first demo. Thank you. So now comes a little bit more of a fun and exhilarating part of the talk. So we're going to do a light show, and for that I can already tell you, you will need all your smartphones because the light show is going to be your smartphone, which is a little bit crazy given the shaky internet or Wi-Fi situation, but we will try. So the idea is we have an admin client, which is on my computer. It sends something to the backend, which is Vue reactive. We have their side effects. These side effects send a WebSocket broadcast, and it sends it back to the client, to the browser client, which is your phones, if everything goes well. So, light show demo. When I pitched this idea to a couple of colleagues, friends, I got a ton of support. For example, something like this. Like, you can see my team, they are really behind me. They did make a poly market of if the demo goes right or not. And but jokes on them, I can make a ton of money today. So yeah, as you can see, they don't have boundaries. But yeah, let's see how all of this goes. So the idea is, you connect to the demo, a website. I will show you the QR code in a minute. Then we chose the correct section. So the idea is, there are sections, section 1, 2, 3, and then when you log in, when you load the site, it gives you the section to choose. So let's make sure we are all on the correct page. So where's more or less 1/3? Let's see until here. Everyone until here, from your, I guess from your right, is section 1. So here until here, section 1, and then from here to here, section 2, and then the rest, section 3. So let's try this. You guys are section 1, section, and section. Perfect. Can't go anything wrong. So now that we know which section we have, it also helps if you put the brightness to 100%. So the idea is you log into this website and then you hold your phone up, and hopefully, like, you remember, like, I'm old enough to remember when you had like lighters at concerts, and then suddenly it changed to just the light, the flashlight on the phone, which is also pretty cool. But here I want to control all of this with a Vue.js powered backend, which, I mean, I'd say that at the beginning, why not? So let's try this. Here's the QR code. And while you try to log in there, I will set up something. Where did I put it? You probably wondered what you probably wondered what this is. You will find out in a minute. Because the idea is you hold up the phones, but you still see what I see. So this will be the mount for my camera. And because my talk was not complicated enough, I needed to add some like spicy thing here, cable. Let's see. So this is my camera. It's me. Hello. Okay. Probably gonna be something like this. So let's see. Did everyone have the code? If not, I show it in a second again. But let's see if we have already someone logged in. Not even. Oh, yes, we have a bunch of. Oh, this is. I'm gonna be rich today. Okay, so cool. Brightness to 100%, please, and then hold up your phone. Yes! Awesome. And now you will probably be able to also see yourselves here. Yes. Okay. This is going a lot better than I planned. Then my. Oh no! Don't zoom in. Thank you, Apple, but I don't know. I also don't want portrait. I don't want studio. Actually, studio looks pretty cool. Okay. So let's try something. Red. Yes. Let's turn off the section number 2. Hold on. Yes. Okay, so I see this is working, so please hold it up. And then we have, here I can set up a few custom steps, so custom steps. So for example, now red, green, and blue. And then I could, for example, for the second one, just turn off the middle section. And then we play this. All of this is controlled from the backend. So off, on, off. Actually, I can make it a little bit faster. Come on. It's a little bit not synchronized, but I'm not too worried about it. It should be fine. But now let's do something like rainbow. It's a preset of colors, and let's play it. Yes. And if we set this to 76 BPM, cool. And then we play a song that I know has 76 BPM. Now I need the audio. Let's see. It works.
Flew in from 50 countries, landed in the rain. Vue Amsterdam will never leave.
This is, by the way, it's AI-generated song, but we can turn it up. Turn it up.
Reps and reactive data signals in the air. Computed properties running everywhere. A composable for everything. We share what we know. 1,000 devs together, watch the ecosystem grow. Cinema seats and code on our laps. Following along as the framework unwraps. This is more than a conference, it's a family we found. The loudest Vue crowd, the most beautiful sound. Welcome to Amsterdam, the State of Vuenion. The world's biggest Vue stage, and we're all in communion. Components and composables, the code that we write. I hope everyone's having the time of their life tonight.
Okay, thank you, sound. We can turn down that. Okay. Thank you. So this were someone from my team owes me an extra beer there. Right, yeah, perfect. Okay, so we have a few minutes left, so we can just take a look-see at the code here. I actually wanted to show this before, but I was too excited to see what happens. Okay, cool. So we have the backend here. This is like the index file, and then we have a bunch of like composables in the backend. For example, we have here something like use connections. And then here we have important, the shallow ref. Do we see it? Yeah. The shallow ref because these are going to be sockets. Sockets, we don't want to observe all of that. We just like, if something's added there. We have a few computed. I know this could be all very, like, a lot easier, but just to demonstrate the computed here, I did it like this. We have, what is interesting? Maybe the light show is interesting for the last few minutes. So we have a ref here for the sequence, at which step we are. We have beats per minute. We have an is it playing or not, so I can pause it. And we have at which current step it is. And then I can just pause and resume. So here we have the use interval function from Vue use. So yeah, we can import anything from Vue use that isn't using any DOM-related stuff, which is pretty cool. So yeah, here we just keep doing this. If it's playing, it sends something. If not, so it cycles through the steps. And yeah, what else do we have here? Yeah, we watch the colors, and then we send the appropriate light signal to the referencing section, so to say. So yeah, I think this is it. Thank you for participating, and I hope you like the talk. Just one more minute, one more thing. So this, I have to go through the entire thing again. Hold on. Oh, why did I put so many animations here? Okay. Okay, one last thing. Is Alvaro here? Yes, Alvaro, if you can come down. Just 1 minute. I have 1.5 minutes more. Alvaro, give it up for Alvaro. So yeah, just this week, Alvaro and I launched a podcast called F It, Ship It. So if you want to subscribe, here's the PR code. It's now on Spotify. Alvaro, want to say a word about F It, Ship It?
F it, ship it.
F It, Ship It. So it's a not so serious, but also serious tech podcast. We talk a little bit about tech stuff and tech adjacent stuff. So not only AI stuff, not only very technical things, also things surrounding the tech industry. And yeah, I mean, who needs another tech podcast? But why not? Today we learned why not. It worked out fantastically. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark. That was amazing. Okay, our next speaker is taking us into the future of e-commerce. He is the co-founder and CTO of Alokai, an active member of Vuejs community, and a co-organizer of the Vuejs meetups in Poland. He's going to show us what shopping looks like when it starts inside ChatGPT or Gemini. Please welcome Filip Rakowski.
Okay, I can do this. Ja, nog niet doen. I can do this. Wait, first of all, I will need to just remove this. Yeah. What the heck happened here?
Yeah, would be nice.
Hello, give me a minute. We are having a display. Displays, yes. Good. Oh gosh. Hello, everyone. So as I was introduced, I'm Filip Rakowski. I'm co-founder and CTO of Alokai. I've been here, I think, every single edition, also the online ones. So it's an honor, always. It's pretty much the best event. I'm looking always forward to the most every year. And today I wanted to talk about something different than usually, because usually when I'm here, I'm talking about performance. Last year I had a soft skills talk that I think is even much more relevant today than a year ago. So if you haven't seen it, you can check it on YouTube. But today I want to talk about some cool things that we are building at Alokai, mostly from the perspective of a what if. Because we are living in a very interesting times. You could even say that we're having a sort of dual revolution. Like from one perspective, AI is completely changing how we developers are building things. Some people are taking it really to the extreme, just sitting with the codex terminal or having some orchestrated agents that are doing the work for them. Some are just starting, but we already know it's going to progress. It's going to be completely different kind of work than the one that we're used to. But also, in the e-commerce world, it is changing a lot how customers shop and how people generally use internet, right? So maybe the traditional way of browsing and shopping that we're having today, so we're entering a website, we're looking for the products that we want to buy, we're adding them to the cart and then shopping further. Maybe this won't exist. Maybe this won't exist in a year from now. Maybe everything will be happening within LLM, right? Or, which is also a possible future, maybe it won't even be an LLM. Maybe it will be some kind of a different interface, like maybe we'll be talking to some kind of earpod connected to our AI agent, and this AI agent will be streaming things to our glasses, the ones that Meta is building, for example, right? So today I want to talk about this future a little bit. I want to give you a demo of something that we have built using the latest technologies available. Some of them are not production ready yet by OpenAI, as a glimpse of like what future could look like. And really, this is late. You're probably extremely tired. Like the goal of this talk is not to transfer as much knowledge as possible into you, though there will be some code here and there, but mostly to give you a glimpse of what is possible and maybe encourage you to also experiment by yourself, because to be honest, it's hella fun. Like there are no best practices around those things. Like a lot of use cases, it's pretty much something that you're imagining for the first time ever. Like no one ever did it. So there's a lot of fun. So when we are talking about these shopping experiences of the future, how I imagine this is that at least, we'll be doing them starting with this kind of interface. The same way as we used to start with Google to look for something, to search for something, we'll be probably starting here as well. And let me just add a ChatGPT application that I will talk about in a moment. And let's say I'm looking for a red shirt. By the way, this is extremely indeterministic output of those APIs, and they're changing pretty much every 3 days, so I hope it still works. So when I type this, what could happen is that every kind of application, every kind of vendor, every kind of use case will have their own application that it will be actually running inside ChatGPT. So that will be the only interface that we'll be interacting with, but it will be far richer than just text. We'll be actually able to create applications that are running within ChatGPT that understand the context of the conversation, that have multiple components that we are building. And let's say, like I want to add this to the cart. This is extremely slow, but this is not my fault, actually. This is the fault of OpenAI. We have added a product to the cart. The LLM is aware of that. It actually rendered another component. Then we can go further, like we can go to the checkout. The modal is opening. You can fill the checkout details. I have some kind of autofill. Let's say that I'm Vue Philip. And let's go to the shipping address. And let's go further. And let's say again that I am Vue Philip. So as you can see, everything is actually happening within an LLM. Like it's just an interface on top of that. But you could think like when we're having some sort of very complex configurators or this sort of stuff, like it's no longer a limitation when we are thinking about those LLMs being and pretty much operating systems, right? With their own app marketplaces, with their own integrations, etc. So okay, we're adding payment method. Let's let it be a credit card. We're going to the order summary, and at some point, probably at some point, maybe not, but maybe at some point, we'll be also willing to go to the actual website, because at some point this interface might not be rich enough, right? So it would also be amazing if we could go there. And have the whole conversation actually within the LLM on our website, transferred from one place to another. So this is more or less how we are envisioning this, is where you're starting the conversation within the LLM, but you're doing this in a seamless way where at some point transitioning to the real application, just continuing. Like we're having these products that we have added in a checkout, all the details are still here. We have this LLM that has all of the conversation, right? So that's going to be a start. But also, on the website itself, obviously they're going to change. And maybe I will clear the cache first. So we are starting from scratch. And we are thinking like, okay, how we can experiment with AI actually? Because obviously the most common use case is that, okay, we will be adding a chat on a site, and we can actually, play with that, because why not? And, we can say, instead of just having a proper search query, I can say like, I am looking for a gift for my friend, for example. This is the usual demo that I'm doing. Obviously, it's not a search query, so we would like AI to sometimes hop in, ask some follow-up questions about, what we're actually looking for. And at some point, like I can say, no, he's into snowboarding gear. Show me some. And at some point, it should propose us a product, right? Like, so this is what we would be expecting from pretty much anything, because the truth is, like, people will become ridiculously lazy. Like, that's my prediction for AI. Like, we were trying to find shortcuts for everything with AI. We actually don't even need to think anymore. Like, you have a chat, you're just asking questions, it keeps flowing, right? So the interfaces of the future will for sure be much lazier. But OK, so this is the most common use case. But what else we can do? Maybe we can experiment a little bit with the interface. So we're also thinking like, OK, so when you're looking for some stuff in the internet in general, like usually how you're doing this is that you have some use cases in mind, right? Like you are, at least some people, most people, I hope, when you're buying something, you actually have a purpose for this. Like you have a use case, right? So when you're browsing those things, and when I'm browsing those clothes, and I'm thinking like, OK, so maybe I would like to, to buy something that I can wear during winter. But it would be amazing if I can still use these clothes like in spring maybe, and in autumn, right? So very particular use cases that are also quite hard to replicate on the filters. Like it's very personalized. So with AI, we can actually do it in a way where we can ask winter, summer, spring. I cannot talk and type at the same time, sorry. We can ask AI to actually go through those products, look at the attributes, look at the descriptions, look at the images, look also at some knowledge that it has, and just rate it for us, right? And this way, we can actually start creating more dynamic interfaces, where we're not only, having a chat on the side that can assist in some things, but we're also making the interfaces themselves more generative. And it doesn't always have to look, like a big thing. My point is actually completely different. Even the first use case that we have seen, like AI should be put in the applications in a very gentle way in situations where, we are seeing that we can actually make some kind of shortcut. So this is just one of those examples, right? And now, the fun part. I mean, I hope that was the fun part, at least to some degree. But the fun part is like how it's made. So let's talk a little bit about that. By the way, has any of you seen this series on Discovery long time ago, how it's made? I was a huge, huge fan. Raise your hand. Yes, yes. So this is, yeah, we're this generation. I was absolutely a huge fan. I think when I was 13 or so, I was spending days really watching it. Anyway, so a high-level architecture, like how the thing that we have seen work. So the product that I was demoing is called Allocate Compass. Compass, I think it's a cool name because it's guiding you, right? So what we have seen up until now are pretty much 4 main components. One component was the storefront. I think it's quite obvious which one was this. Another one was ChatGPT. It was also quite obvious which one was this. But they're both connected to our integration layer called Allocate Connect, which can be any kind of middleware, even Next.js middleware as well, or Next.js middleware, or just a simple Node.js application on Express. Like, you can think about this way, some kind of server-side code. And this is connected to OpenAI APIs, but it's not exclusive to OpenAI. Actually, the same thing can work in Anthropic as well. Now, on the store, this chat on the side, and pretty much every other feature, like how we made it, is that we're defining this as a workflow. So a workflow is just one AI feature. Let's call it like that. And this workflow could have some actions, like searching the products. We already had that. Like adding something to the cart. We already had that as well. And then we can also define transitions. So tell them, like, OK, so from this action, you can go to this action, and then to this action. So this way, it's a little bit more guided, and we're not doing some random things. And it is very helpful for AI to actually not be cornered. Now, within every workflow, we are defining something called an action. An action is pretty much a single purpose, like a single goal of an app. And this goal here is, for example, to find products. Like you are giving it a prompt, we're giving it access to some tools. And this is where things are getting interesting. Because the way how we've built Compass in general is that it is not trained on any kind of data. Well, a little bit. But the way it works, the way we're trying it to work, is to be a translation layer between a human input and the code. So when someone is writing, find me a red shirt, what it is really doing, it is taking this and translating this to a search query and then doing it. We're trying to actually have a vector database when we're putting all the products, etc. And it was OK-ish. But when we chose this approach and we only trained AI on the attributes, so a very small subset of data, so it only needs what to fill into these parameters, the results were actually outstanding. And the best thing, it works pretty much plug and play. So this is how it works on the high level. Another problem is we have seen on this side chat that it is also rendering some components, like product sliders, sometimes a cart, etc. Right? The issue is usually the response is streamed, right? When we're making an API to the LLM, it is streaming the response. So what with the UI? Like how are we going to handle this? So the way how we handled it is we're actually making 2 requests out of Compass. So we are getting there, we are asking for something, and we are getting one response that is being streamed. It's a text. And we're also getting, usually much sooner, a return from the API call, just in the form of a normal response that is not streamed. So it can be displayed immediately. This way we can display component as fast as possible, and also without streaming. So this is the example of the code of the search products method. What is happening here? Well, first of all, like we are actually creating a call that is getting the data out of the e-commerce system. Second, when we're already having this data, we are having this function called send to browser. And this is exactly what we have seen here. So this is the second request that is going directly to the browser with the response of the data and also in any information what components to render. And then we're also returning the data to the LLM itself. We are adding a schema as well, because when you're thinking about returns from the LLM to the front end, very often you would like some kind of reliability about, OK, what would be the format of the data that I can display on the interface. Like this rating, for example. To display this rating, we actually need to define specific format. So this is the same story. We need it for the component. And now in the UI, we are just using a use workflow composable. We are getting this data. We are rendering the dynamic component, and that's pretty much it. Now, the part that probably not many of you have heard about because it's still developer preview, the apps SDK. So the part that I was showing at the very beginning within the ChatGPT, this application that was rendered in there, it is actually using a feature called OpenAI Apps SDK. So how many of you actually heard about it? A few people already. OK, how many of you built something with it? It doesn't have to be production. No one? OK. Actually, this is completely normal because, first of all, it's extremely unstable API. I've been in multiple situations when I was just demoing this to the customer, and it got broke right before the demo because they changed something. So it's not a production-ready API yet, but it's also a glimpse of how the feature could look like. Secondly, it's still developer preview, which means like there's not that much utility for this outside of just playing with it. But you can use it, and there is also a protocol called MCP applications, which is much more widely used, also by Anthropic, which is serving more or less the same purpose. So like to have some applications displaying within the LLM chat. And also, because more providers are doing this, we can kind of expect that this is how the future will look like, right? Like we will have those dynamic interfaces within LLMs, and they will more turn like from the just chat interfaces, like operating systems with your own app ecosystems. So when we are writing this find me at shared, what is happening is that on this Alloci middleware, Alloci Connect, we are having a Compass MCP server. It is receiving it. And this MCP server has pretty much two important pieces. One of them is tools. So these are the API calls that it will be making to retrieve some external data, and resources. And resources are HTML templates. So this is pretty much how we are spinning this server. Most of this code is really available. Like you can go and check Model Context Protocol library. And this is like mostly boilerplate code out of this. But what we are seeing here is that we are registering those resources, we are registering those tools, we're returning the server. Now, we need a post request to actually let know the ChatGPT application about what tools are available, what resources are available, etc., to handle everything, obviously. So now, the whole flow will look more or less like this. Like we are getting into the ChatGPT, we're telling it, OK, find me a red shirt. Then it is being propagated to the Compass MCP server. Within the Compass MCP server, we're actually based on this prompt. We are choosing specific tool, using search products tool, calling an API. And then out of the MCP server, returning two chunks of data. And this is very important. Like we are having a context data, which is fed directly into the conversation to the LLM. It will read this. But we are also having a metadata that is not fed into the conversation to avoid a context threat, and generally, don't set too many information to the LLM that might not be even relevant for it. That we can use in the UI. And the code for this looks like that. So we're having this meta object within the tool definition where we are having our products. So this is pretty much the whole product object that then will be displayed in the component. And we are also having this category. What is very important in here also to notice, and you will see this within all the MCP applications, there is a binding, one-to-one binding between the tool and the template. So every time this tool is being called, when it is actually returning its data, it is also telling that it should be returned within this template. So we have kind of like a matching of the data schema and the data that we are fetching with the interface. And this is what we are then sending to this front end. By the way, it all sounds like a rocket science, but in essence, this is an iframe. It's just an iframe. And you even communicate it with the same way as within an iframe. So now, one last tricky thing. And I'm super proud of this because it took us a lot of hacking. And I don't think there's any solution in the world that I've heard about that is actually doing that. So this transfer of the context. So you notice this moment when I actually left ChatGPT application, and then I went to the storefront, like our web application, and it actually persisted the whole conversation out of this, right? You remember that part. So how do we do it? How did we did it? Like, first of all, we just had this idea that it would be cool to have it. Then we came up with a solution like, okay, so ideally, the way how it should work is because there is a component that we're displaying in this application, we should be able to save this context somewhere. In our case, that was Redis database. And then, using a query parameter, in the links in this application, when we're getting into this application, to retrieve this context. So this is exactly what we wanted to do, but the problem was we couldn't really find a way to extract this data. Apparently, there is, and still there is no way to clearly, word by word, get the chat history out of this conversation. Like, there is some context about chat history. So ChatGPT is summarizing it to you, and there may be some differences. And sometimes, if you will, compare side by side this and that conversation, there are some subtle differences. But we found a very nice hack. So when we were creating this MCP server, there was this method, resolve MCP tools, which is pretty much running every time an MCP tool is being called, and it has some parameters and arguments, and one of those is chat history. So every time we are running a tool, we are also passing the chat history, summarized chat history, there, and this is something that we have used to actually, in this particular place, to just save it every time a tool is being called, because every time we do anything, a tool is being called, save it to the database, and then retrieve it on the front end. And that's pretty much it. So, the goal of this talk was really, not to teach you how to do those things, because the reality is actually mostly hacking these days, but more to give you a glimpse of, some cool use cases that can be done with AI these days that are not necessarily about creating some kind of conversational agents, but more about creating those experiences that are consistent from the chat to the application, and then also hacking around a little bit with the building applications within those chats. So, I hope at least some of you haven't heard about this, and that it inspired you to do something cool. And, well, thank you.
Thank you, Philip. All right, everyone, final talk of the day, and we saved something really special for the end of the conference. Now we will join the stage is Torsten. He is a senior full-stack engineer and IT consultant who loves sharing knowledge with the developers. And we will have the ultimate game quiz, when you can win special prize. So please welcome to the stage Torsten.
Hello and welcome everybody to the last talk of the day. I know that you are all a little bit tired and at some point you want to go to the after party. That is the last thing on the list today. But before that, I want to play a little game with you because we already had some wonderful talks today. So the last thing now is an interactive one. It is the Vue Think You Know It All, the ultimate Vue live quiz. So take out your phones, please, and scan the QR code on the top right. I can see some already did. Because on this little application that is open source, and you will find it on GitHub, you can not only spam all wonderful emojis here, but you also will see the questions and you can answer them there. So my name is Thorsten Seischer. I'm your host for this little quiz. I'm an IT consultant, senior full-stack developer, and conference speaker, and I'm currently self-employed. So if you need some help in an awesome project, you will find all my social medias on my website, tolle.tv. Also, there are the projects, the source codes, everything is linked there. For this quiz, I want to have a special shout out and thank you to Alex and to Gillian. Please a small applause at this point, because both of them helped me make this happen. And I can see many are incoming there. Oh, I hope the GPU is making way fine. This is the next big thing. You all heard all the cool stuff about AI today. The next cool thing is bug-driven development. Please don't spam too much, otherwise we will not be able to play this. Yeah, we'll let it think a little bit. Don't too much, please. You can fully test it after this talk, after the quiz. And if you find bugs, please raise them. Other than that, bug-driven, we will see if it works. So there are also prizes. Everyone that attends here can win or just take little magnets I made, 3D printed magnets and keychains. I have like 300 in this box here. So just come after the quiz down here, grab 1 or 2, and then you can leave to the party. But also, yeah, this was the table when I just glued them together. Also, there's one big prize. It's the Van Gogh flower thing from Lego. It's in the booth there at the right. So at the end, one person will go with this home today. If there are multiple persons with the same score, we will just get one randomly selected, but your score is calculated in the background. So best of luck. Let's start, because now you know me, I don't know you. So what's your favorite JavaScript meta framework? Just so that we can test the software, that we can see that everyone could join and everyone can click something. If the WebSocket is not updated automatically on your phone, you have a little refresh button at the top, so you can just refresh it, because this one is triggering, so I should be safe here. Okay, so we are getting many things here. 66% from 160 persons that are taking here place. That's a nice number. Of course, there's no right answer here. Just to be sure, this answer here that you give is not a point in the final score. Okay, let's see what we have here. 64% are using Nux. Perfect on a Vue conference. That is absolutely amazing. But we also have 7% that are using others. Okay, 6%. 5% are using assembler. You're all trolling. I know that. Okay, some are not using meta frameworks. That's fair. Maybe only just Vue or something like that. Awesome. Okay, so the software seems to work until now. Let's go to the first real question here. Okay, that is now working perfectly here. Let me just minimize it. Okay, perfect. Next question. Yeah, I don't know. If you find the bug in the code, please report it. Thank you very much. How many editions of the Vuejs Amsterdam, Vuejs Amsterdam have been there, including this year's 2026? You see, the answers here are not in the order on your phone. This is a random generated order. So your first slot is not my first slot here. So don't get confused there. But I thought it might be interesting that you can see how the people are going to have this scramble edition here. So I will just also open it on my phone that I can read for the next one as well. Perfect. I think that is enough. I think you all already Googled the right answer at this point. So we will just lock it here, and then we will see. The most people, 44%, say that it's the 9th, and this is correct. It is the 9th edition. You all got a point. Congrats to you. Many people thought it's the 7th. You must think about, okay, I can also here just close this. The correct answer is the 9th. It has been there since 2018. So it is the 9th edition, because there also was some online things and stuff like that. You must count that in as well. Okay, next question here is, oh, the emojis are coming in. So why does type of null return object in JavaScript? I mean, you can test it out if this really is the case, but I think you know it that this is the case. Is it because it's a prototype of all objects? Maybe it's an historical artifact from JavaScript's first implementation? Or is it a special object type definition in ECMAScript? Or is it distinguished from undefined? Okay, we have like 50% people already gave an answer. I will just wait around 60 or 65%. Okay, 65, that was really fast. 70%. Oh, that was a close race until now. Let's see. I will close it like now. Okay, so the most people think that it's an historical artifact from JavaScript's first implementation, and it's like 38% here. That is the correct answer at this point. You all got a point. Congrats for that. Because the original implementation values it internally, so object had a tag of null, and the null pointer itself also had the 0. So that is something that is not fixed, because it's seen like, okay, if we now fix this, then we will crash so many websites and so many amount of existing code will not work anymore, that this is now just state of the art, and it's now a feature, not a bug anymore. So next question here. I hope that they will not stack up until the end. But it seems like it. So if you type in console.log new date get month, and we are in March currently, what will be returned? Is it 1, 2, 3, or is it the string March? What do you think? Well, this is rather clear here. There's no big doubt about what people think. Okay, I will give you just a second, like we're 70%, that's nice, 75. Okay, I give you 3 seconds, 2, 1, last chance, perfectly locked. Let's see, most of the people think it is 2. And this is correct, because we are counting from 0 up. So this is the third in row, but 0, 1, 2, so the 2 is the correct. But maybe this will, with the temporal API, change. So with TC39, stage 3, we will eventually provide there a new approach that we can use. We will see that. But for now, it is the number 2 for the correct answer. Cool. Also, new points. I'm really excited about the leaderboard at the end. Maybe there are many more people that got all the questions right. Yeah, this is now the thing here. What is not shipping in TypeScript v6? We have 3 options here are correct, but only one is wrong. So find the wrong one. Is it the deprecation of legacy configuration options, or breaking changes to align with the native implementation, or does the temporals maybe will not come, or is the core porting to Go not the correct one? We are searching for this. Let's see what you think. I hope I am as fast as you cannot Google all the answers, but I will always too slow for AI to answer this. So, oh, we have ducks now. What were the ducks before? Nice. Okay, 75% already voted. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Like 4 seconds for you. 3, 2, last chance. Okay, I have to close it before it crashes here. So most of the people think that not shipping to Go is the correct thing, and this is right in fact. Because TypeScript 6, so Strata, continues a JS-based code base, and they are breaking changes to be fixed and aligned and upcoming native porting. And the porting itself, the Go porting, is for TypeScript 7, for the Corsa upcoming. So this would be the correct answer. It is not in TS6. Perfect. You are really, really good at this. So that's amazing. Let's go to the next one. Because I know you all want to go to the party and want to eat something. And 20 questions, you see, they are all mixed up. Some questions now we had to JavaScript and TypeScript. Now we're getting to the Vue and Next ecosystem, and also to the frameworks around the community around it as well. Starting with, what's the default port for Vue's development server? Is it the port 1234? Is it port 3000? Or is it port 5173? Or is it port 8080? I mean, it's a little bit unfair for people that are attending here that also made my quiz at ViteConf. As a little hint here, I will not say more. But it seems to be a very close race here. Like 41 people think it's option 3, whatever option 3 is here. I have no idea, it is randomized. But something is taking the lead. Okay, like 3 seconds for you more. 2, 1, let's lock it, and let's see it. Most of you think it is port 5,173, and that is indeed correct. Default port for Nuxt is something else, of course, but I can explain it to you because Vite is running your dev server, and Vite in lead speech is, so the V is the 5 from the Roman thing, and the rest is just lead, and then you get the 5,173 as lead from Vite, and that is the default port as a little Easter egg here. Perfect, most of you got that, that's really nice. I'm really scared of going on at the point where the emojis are getting out of hand. Okay, I can restart it at some point, no problem, if everything is persisted here. So originally it was persisted in the KV store, but thanks to Gillian it is now the Postgres database, so we should not lose our data. Next question here, is it the next one? Yeah, what does the name Vue mean? This, it could be translated in simple, in fast, in light, or in sight. Okay. Only 24% are contributing at the moment. Is my UI not updating, or are you all dropped out? Is there a technical problem? Okay, you're just thinking. Okay, that's also fair point. Come on, at least 75% could click here the correct answer. Is it not crashed? Is it crashed? I heard the word crashed. Now I'm shaking. What? 75. Perfect, perfect. Thank you that you have paid attention, at least someone. So I will lock it here. And the answer, sight, is indeed correct, because the French wording translates to vision, view, or sight. So view means just translated from the French sight. It is as easy as that. More points for you, coming closer to your Lego set. Awesome. Okay, next question up in line. I hope you're having fun at the moment. Are you still here? Yeah, I heard nodding. Are you having fun? Have you? Awesome. Really cool. I'm not asking because I have to wait. No, no. Okay, this is the moment I have to restart, I think. No, that is okay. Yeah, the slides are made with SlideF. I heard that already on my right ear here. And the wonderful thing on SlideF, if you did not know that, it is completely made with Vue. So you can just copy-paste your Vue components in SlideF, and then you can have all this cool animation and stuff like that. It is just Vue code. You find it on my GitHub. You can see it there. And it's just Vue code and running all these amazing things with WebSockets. And let's see. Oh, it's fast. It's fast now again. Oh, nice. So the question is, when was the first commit of Vue.js made? Now you had a little bit more of time while I was fixing the slides. Maybe you have looked it up already in the Git history, first commit. Is it 2011, 2012, 2013, or 2015? I hear that people are starting to debate. That's very nice. I hope I give you something to talk about later as well. So we have 80% perfect. Maybe there was really a little technical difficulty here. I will lock it, and then we will see. 2013 is indeed correct for you. More points, really nice. So the first commit done by Evan Yu was done in the repository in 2013. The last version that was shipped in 2013 was in December, and it was version 0.6. And the version 1.0 was released in October 2015. Nearly 2 years later, it was version 1 then. Really nicely done, really nicely done. Next, oh, it's so fast now, so cool. Is it the next one? No, it's not the next one. Oh, it is the next one. Ah, now you saw the answer. Ah, damn it. Okay, now I want to see 100% on the correct answer. No, it's not a data leak here. No, no, we're all professionals. So which directive in Vue is used for the two-way data binding on form inputs? Is it vbind? Is it von? Is it vmodel? Or is it vsync? Okay, now you're 7%. What is with the 7%? Didn't they pay attention? Don't sleep yet. We have still some questions left. Okay, can we make it at least to 70? These are 3 points. 65%. Come on, we can do it. Oh, I don't really. The problem is that if someone reloads the page, it could be that the total number of players can drop. So maybe we have some dead open connections now. But that's enough. I will log it because, of course, you all did it nearly with 100%. It's vModel. Let's see what the answer is. Oh, it's vModel. How cool. vModel is syntactically sugar combining vBind for the values and vOn for the input events. And this is the two-way binding. vSync does not exist at all. So this is made up. Okay, I really have to wait next time. But that's okay. Some 3 points. Next question. Which of these is not a Vue state management library? I think you, as, of course, awesome developers, are using many and mostly 3 of them most of the time, or at least have heard of them. But one of them is not a Vue state management library. Is it Vuex, Pinia, Harlem, or Volta? One is wrong. The other 3 you should heard at some point, maybe read of it. It's Pinia. The next core team is debating if it's Pinia. Okay, that's kind. Okay, at least 2 are in the race. The other 2 options are very obvious, I guess. No, not so obvious, 1%. Okay, I will close it in 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Your last chance is over. Let's see the answers. Okay, 1% thinks it's Pinia, 1% thinks that is Vuex, but we can assume all of them know that this 2 exists. So Volta or Harlem is the question. And the correct answer here is Volta. Vuex is the classic Vue state machine library. Pinia is officially recommended for the store in Vue 3. And Harlem is a lightweight state management solution that exists as an alternative. Volta does not exist as a Vue state management library at all. And this is then made up here. So the correct answer is, of course, we now know it, it's Volta. This is the first question that not the majority had gone right. This is interesting. Maybe you are really learning something here interactively. That's cool. Okay, I don't have to maximize because it maximizes automatically. Because it's made by an awesome developer, of course. No bugs at all until now. I don't see slowly falling thousands of emojis at the left and a not upcoming question at the moment. Refresh the page. Okay, I will do what you say and I hope that this is okay. Now the emojis hopefully will spawn again, for my pleasure. I think I have to restart it again. We are more or less halfway through. Bear with me, we will do this. Yeah, you see the little progress bar at the bottom. So the last slide, of course, are the resource slides. And the last slide is the login slide. So you have to decount 2 of them. Okay, now we broke it, or we did not broke. Is it not? Is it? Is it another question? Ah, okay, sorry for that. Which of these is not a component library for Vue? Ah, okay, on my phone it was not updating. My bad. No, not my bad. Which is not a component library for Vue? Is it Vuetify? Is it PrimeVue? Is it NextUI? Or is it a Catalyst? One of them is wrong, the other 3 does exist indeed. So you can ask ChatGPT, you can Google, or you can just know it. At the end, I don't know how you got to your answers, because the prize will get the person with the most correct answers. And of course, the cool magnets are for everyone, so because you're all awesome. So 63%, can we make it to 70? It's like an auction now. Can we make it to 70 here? No, not really. Okay, then I will close it in 3, 2, 1. At 65, that's fine. Okay, which is not a component library for Vue. Most of you think that it is Catalyst, and this is indeed correct. Catalyst is a React-based UI kit by Tailwind Labs, and it is not for Vue. So it exists, but not for Vue. A little tricky, but you all did very well, or most of you. But of course, Vuetify, Prime Vue, and Nuxt UI are very popular. You heard of them, I guess. So that's a cool thing. Oh, that is the admin login page. Why? What is happening there? Oh, shit. Okay. I have to log in. Can we please turn off the screen real quick for me? Otherwise, I have to unplug, but I don't know if that's good. I have to copy-paste the password, that's why. Password? Okay, I have to unplug it. If no one is deplugging the thing here, I have to deplug it myself. What? That was really worse from my case. I was like, it's a USB-C, mate. Okay, that's okay, that's okay. Live things, what would a live demo be without bugs and problems? I really was like, it's USB-C, that's transmitting my tape. It's okay, it's okay. Please don't break the back end. Thank you very much. I love you all. It is already broken. What is the matter here? That's interesting. Give me a second. I have to debug it real quick. No, not 2 hours later. Be kind to me, please. That is really unfair here. Yeah, I refreshed the page and restarted everything. Have you tried to turn it on off again? Yes, I did. Thank you. I really like that one. Nice. So I hope someone tracked at what question we were. Yes, I also tracked, thank you. So, okay, we are back at the here. So you get back the screen without my passwords. There's no environment file whatsoever. Okay, something really went downhill. This we had. You didn't have that one, yeah, that's right. This should be the next one, that's right. I hope the screen, yes, it's okay, perfect. Okay, which modifier is not a default modifier on Vue model? And we're back, by the way. Thanks for fixing my problems. Is it lazy, number, trim, or capitalize? So what? Without, exactly. My bug-driven development skills are improving at this conference. So one of them is wrong. The other 3 are correct and existing, and the only 3 are existing. There are not more. If you read the documentation, there are only 3. So 1 is wrong here. So people are getting back here, 60%, that's very nice. Also, I have no idea what broke now, but restarting everything always helps. That's the nice thing about being a developer. First rule. Okay, like 70% already done. I will close it in 2, 1. I close it now. Let's see. That is a really tight race. Okay, I cannot toggle. That's all. Okay. Then we will just I love my life. What's going on here? Toggle log is like, I have internet, I have everything. Okay, then we just talk through the questions and we have a winner from the first ones. That's fine as it is. So this question, what is the default modifier? The correct one would be, it is capitalize, because the others, lazy, trim, and number exist. Lazy listens to the change events that you put in your input. The number casts your input to a number, if it is valid, of course, only, and trim trims the input. So, next question. We only have some few left. Maybe each slide we get a new bug, a new problem. And at the last one, nothing will work anymore. We have no lights in here. Okay. I tried my best. Sorry? The leaderboard. Yeah, it's okay. This is exactly what I also have intended now. So the last questions would be very funny. But that's not a problem. You can watch it later on the GitHub. Oh, we just talk through them real quick. Let's do it that way. The next, what refreshing? It's broken all the way. The servers restarted while I'm on stage and doing the quiz. Thank you. I think someone, yeah. Okay, so the next question, you already saw that. This is a free question for you, just free knowledge. Next question would have been, which Vue-related podcasts never existed? Then you had 4 funny names. The Views on Vue is existing. The Enjoy the Vue and Déjà Vu are existing or existed. And the viewpoint was the wrong answer there, but it exists in the ecosystem because it's the name of the official Vue blog, but not of a podcast. That was the twist of this question. Such a cool question. Okay, this time I will unplug the HDMI. Again, the USB-C, yes, that's the thing you want to see. Okay, login failed. Wrong credentials. It's getting even better and better and better. I hope everyone is awake after this. It's more of a fun thing here. No, I'm just talking through the questions. Whatever you do in the background, it is not working. Password wrong, everything's wrong. So reloading, going through the questions, it is. But I'm very happy that the emojis are working for you still. So that is fine. Oh, we have something. I will click it. Yay! No. I have to log in for each question. Nah, that's it would be something new. Nah, okay. The next question would have been, what is the correct... Now it's... That is cool. That really is awesome. That is fantastic. That is, I have to screenshot that one. That is awesome. Okay, we're just going to the questions. We can read it as it is. So, I can't anymore. What does Vue Vapor Mode eliminate to improve rendering performance would have been the question. A Vue Vapor Mode is a variant of Vue that offers rendering without the virtual DOM. And so the virtual DOM would have been the correct answer. You can look it up. You can experience it. Can you still spam emojis, or is this also broken? Next slide, next problem. Emojis not working anymore? Great. Perfect. Perfect. We will look at the leaderboard at this point. Thank you for your participation. We will just skip everything from now. There would have been questions like, what is the false upgrading from Vue 2 to Vue 3? You can see it in the JSON file in the repository if you're interested in the correct answer. Or what organization does not use Vue.js because maybe you don't know that NASA or Netflix are using Vue for some or the other thing, Blizzard and Vercel and stuff like that. And then it's interesting to think about what companies use Vue and what does not use Vue. And there are more than you think. Is it working again? No, it's not working. Okay, then we just jump to this little page there because this is the resource for the repository. So if you want to see the answers and the questions later, because then you can scan the QR code, and I will now switch to the leaderboard, and then we will see if at least this is working, and we have a winner for the Lego set. Good, that's awesome. Is there something with, okay, everything is working down. Then we will figure something out. You will get only magnets at the moment. I have no idea, but thanks for your patience for this little rundown. But don't take it too harsh at this point that I wrote for Gillian, thanks for the deployment. It is Gillian's server, but he really helped me a lot, and it really was a wonderful help. So no blames on him. Please, a shout out for Gillian at this point. Thank you for letting you use your server. And then come down for your magnets, and then I think this is the end for me. Leaderboard is working. Leaderboard is working. No. Really? Maybe. Maybe? Whoa! Awesome. We have 2 ones with 11 correct answers, so I will pick Marco. Is Marco here? Perfect. Marco, you won the Lego. We have a winner. Okay, perfect. Marco will get the Lego. You all other will get the magnets and the keychains. They are here on the podium. And that's it. Thank you for your patience. Okay. We will figure it out in a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, everyone. 2 days, incredible talks. I want to say a huge thank you to every single speaker who shared their knowledge and their passion on the stage. Thank you to the organizers who organized this amazing conference. Thank to the sponsors who made it possible. And most importantly, thank to all of you. You're the reason this conference exists. Now, just a reminder, we have after party, so bring your dancing shoes, bring your singing voice, and I will see you at the next door at Moulin Bulls. Thank you, have an incredible night, and I hope to see you again next year. Cico, pa pokidala si. Samo da mi skinu slušalice. Aha, a da. Ja. Ja.